resume. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 10800 under Committee Report number 335. This is the bill on the 2025 General Appropriations Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of the aforementioned bill is now in order.
Mr. President, having sponsored the measure, yesterday I moved to open the period of interpellation on the general principles and recognize the sponsor and chairperson of the Committee on Finance, Senator Grace Poe, and to interpellate the Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Hontiveros.
Any objection? Hearing none. Senator Grace Poe, the Chair of the Finance Committee, as well as our Deputy Minority Floor Leader, Senator Risa Hontiveros, are hereby recognized, and the lady may proceed.
Salamat abi, Mr. President, at salamat po, good sponsor.
Mr. President.
Yes, Mr.
May I have a
President.
brief opening before we begin formally?
The lady may proceed.
So good afternoon, Mr. President and colleagues. Today we begin the day of the budget deliberations to tackle the proposed 6.352 trillion national budget for 2025. First to be discussed are the general principles of the proposed budget measure with members of the Development Budget Coordinating Committee, DBCC, in attendance. And we'd like to thank them, Special Assistant to the President for Investment and Economic Affairs, Frederick Go, DBM Secretary Amena Pangandaman, DOF Secretary and our former colleague, Secretary Ralph Recto, NEDA Secretary Arsenio Balisacan, and the BSP Deputy Governor Francis Daquila. We also acknowledge the presence of other officials and representatives from the DBM, DOF, and NEDA family. Also present are Maharlika Investment Corporation PCEO Rafael Consing Jr., MMDA Chairperson Romando Artes, Director Isabella Blas from the NTF LCAC, Director Rene Valera from DILG. Good afternoon to all. We are now ready to proceed and accept questions, Mr. President.
Good sponsor. So, dediretso na po ako. So, ipinatigil na pala muna ng Korte Suprema ang paglimas ng budget ng PhilHealth. Malakas ang panawagan na ibalik ang kinuhang pondo. Mr. President and Madam Chair, sinabi sa atin ng Budget Secretary at ng Finance Secretary na pinangpopondo pala ang perang kinuha mula sa PhilHealth para sa right-of-way acquisition at resettlement na kailangan upang ilabas ng JICA, ADB at World Bank ang pondo nila para sa mga malalaking proyekto para sa baha at para sa mga tren. So, paano na po ngayon? Una, ibabalik po ba ng National Treasury at ng DBM ang kinuhang 2024 na pondo ng PhilHealth, Mr. President?
Unang-una po, Mr. President, nasabi na rin po ng ating Secretary of Finance na siya po ay tatalima sa desisyon ng hudikatura. So dahil po dyan ay maibabalik po, dahil po dyan ay itong mga susunod na mga hakbang ng DOF ay ating sasabihin po ngayon.
My impression is that the TRO is only on the remittance to the national government.
Okay.
So the TRO does not talk about government investment.
Okay. Mr. President, ang TRO po ng hudikatura ay para hindi na po gamitin ito na itigil po itong ang pag-remit ng pera. Pero hindi po binabanggit na ito ay kailangan ibalik sa National Treasury o kaya po sa DOH, sa PhilHealth.
Tama po ang good sponsor, Mr. President. Kaya't at the very least, minake of record ko na malakas ang panawagan na ibalik pati yung kinuha ng pondo. So in the meantime po, ang ibig ang ibig sabihin ba nito ay kailangang tapyasin ng Senado at ng BICAM itong ipinadalang General Appropriations Bill para mabigyan ng 2025 budget ang 2024 right-of-way at resettlement budgets para sa mga flood control projects at para sa mga tren, Mr. President?
Hindi po, Mr. President. Kasi itong pagbuo naman natin ng budget ngayon, hindi po nakasaalang-alang itong mga pondo na ito na sinasabing ililipat mula sa PhilHealth. Kaya po yung kabuuang 6.352, yung sources po niyan, hindi po galing doon.
Although, good sponsor, Mr. President, gaya ng nabanggit ko kanina, ang understanding po ay batay dun sa nasabi ng both budget and finance secretaries noon na yung perang unang kinuha sa PhilHealth ay para dapat sana sa right-of-way acquisition at resettlement na kailangan, kumaga counterpart ng gobyerno natin para ilabas ng tatlong international financial institutions yung pondo naman para sa mga malalaking proyektong kaugnay ng baha at kaugnay ng tren. So, ang ibig sabihin din po ba nito ay gaya ng, ay panukala ko noong DBCC briefing natin na kailangang itigil na rin ang paglagay sa alanganing unprogrammed funds ng mga pondo para sa flagship projects ng gabinete at ng presidente.
Mr. President, pagkaalaman natin na yung mga kailangan namang bayaran ay nabayaran din sapagkat ang ginamit din po dito ay mga ibang pinagkukuhanan natin ng mga excess revenue ng gobyerno at yung iba naman po na nakikita nating nakasama dun sa mga dapat nakalinyang bayaran ng mga mga proyekto ng departamento, hindi po kompleto ang mga dokumentong naisumiti nila. Kaya katulad din po niyan, nasa level of priority naman. So ang uunahin, yung kompleto na halimbawa shovel ready or all of the other requirements have already been submitted for us to be able to release the funds for them. So the short answer to this is that no, it will not be affected because we have other sources of revenue. And number two, those that are still pending as of now are still in the process of completing their submissions.
So, isa-isahin po natin, good sponsor, Mr. President, yun po bang pondo para sa right-of-way acquisition ay meron na po tayong nakasubi bilang counterpart ng gobyerno para sa mga proyekto na kapartner natin, yung mga IFIs?
Yes, Mr. President, nabayaran na po natin ang lahat ng para sa DPWH ayon sa ating budget secretary.
At ganun din po ba, good sponsor, Mr. President, meron na po tayong nakasubi or nabayaran na para dun sa resettlement, kaugnay ng malalaking proyekto din sa baha at saka sa tren?
Except that yung iba, wala pang submission yung DOTR, pero may partial payment na tayo sa DOTR foreign assisted projects.
Most of those projects are lodged within the DOTR, Mr. President, and for now, partial payments have been released. Unfortunately, also in the end of the Department of Transportation, they're still also in the process of completing other submissions before we can release.
So sa ngayon po, dun lang sa proyektong resettlement, yung mga bahaging iyon na nakalodge sa DOTR, sabi po ng good sponsor, most are lodged in the DOTR. Anong porsyento ng mga proyektong may kinalaman sa resettlement dahil sa baha at dahil sa tren ay may pondo na?
To date, we have
Kahit sa kabila ng desisyon ng Korte Suprema.
8 billion, 8.7
Yung resettlement.
billion. Kasama na pa rin ito eh. So almost 9 billion na po ang nare-release natin sa DOTR.
Mr. President, as of now, almost 9 billion have been released to the DOTR, and bunched together is also the portion of resettlement. Maybe perhaps our colleague would like us to submit the particulars later on, the components of the exact percentage for the human settlement factor.
I would appreciate that very much, good sponsor. Maraming salamat po para doon. And then just for today's interpellation, dun sa almost 9 billion pesos na na-release na sa DOTR, na bunch together nga doon yung portion para sa resettlement. Magkano po yung portion na yon na naka-bunch together sa loob ng kabuuang 9 billion pesos?
That's exactly what we are trying to provide, Mr. President, and at the proper time, if our colleague will accept our submission, we don't want to make a guess, even an educated one, but there is a specific item for that.
Salamat, good sponsor. And I'm sure the good sponsor will make that information available at the very least by the time natin i-interpellate in plenary yung DOTR budget naman. So babalikan ko na lang po yung tanong na ito at that time. So overall, ano po yung implikasyon? Ano po yung implikasyon ng TRO ng Korte Suprema sa iba pang gastusin na dapat sana ay popondohan ng pera ng PhilHealth? Saan na po kukuha ng pera ang gobyerno?
The unprogrammed is a standby appropriation. There's no trade.
Mr. President, for now, it's from the standby appropriations,
Standby
That-
appropriation po ang
From our standby
from unprogrammed.
from unprogrammed. Pero so may bahagi pang unprogrammed
Pero meron.
tawag nito.
Pero
So sa standby appropriations sa unprogrammed kukunin yung gastusin. Oo, paano po ba ito? All right. I will pause momentarily, Mr.
Mr. President,
Yes, Mr. President.
since that has come from the standby appropriations in the unprogrammed funds, nabawasan yun ng 30 billion. So, kung magkakaroon man ng pagkakataon na may pangangailangan tayo na dalagpas doon magkakaroon ng implikasyon. Sa ngayon, ito naman po yung mga ibang obligasyon natin na hindi nga na dahil nga dito sa desisyon ng Korte Suprema ay magkakaroon ng konting adjustments, pero yung mga kailangan namang pondohan ay napondohan na at yung matitira doon sa unprogrammed nabawasan ng 30 billion.
Pero ang sinasabi ng good sponsor, Mr. President, ay kahit iawas natin yung 30 billion, may sapat na pondo ang gobyerno mula sa ibang pinagkukunan para i-cover yung mga flagship projects na iyon, Mr. President.
Pang 800.
Pero walang cover dahil wala ka na excess revenue, wala ka na rin PhilHealth.
Sa ngayon, wala nang ibang pagkukunan dahil nagamit na nga natin yun. Tapos yung iba naman na natitira sa unprogrammed ay hindi,
Excess revenue.
pag walang excess revenue, hindi naman din yon magagamit.
Yun na
Ay,
nga
hindi
po.
ma-release.
Ayun na nga, speaking nga po of the excess revenues na sinasabi, what specific excess revenues were used to cover the GOP counterpart for the programs or projects under the UA, such as yun na nga pong right of way? Saan galing po yung excess revenues na iyon?
We have BDIC.
So, hindi naman pinapabalik. Ganun.
BDIC, hindi naman pinapabalik. Certification.
Mr. President, galing po ito sa ibang GOCCs, PDIC in particular. Meron din,
3 billions.
at saka dividends ito actually. Dividends galing sa ibang GOCCs katulad ng PDIC at dividends din ito. At dividends rin mula sa PhilHealth.
Yung dividends mula sa PhilHealth, hindi po covered ng TRO ng Korte Suprema?
Hindi po.
Hindi po ba yung dividends nila ay kasama dun sa tinagurian noon na excess funds?
There is no dividend from PhilHealth. What we took is the fund balance. The Supreme Court decision now tells us, or instructs government not to for PhilHealth not to release the remaining 30 billion to the national treasury.
Mr. President, again, I would like to clarify. What was meant is not the dividend from PhilHealth. What uh, what I was what was conveyed was that the initial release from PhilHealth is what was used. On the other hand, the Supreme Court already said that the additional tranche of release, which is about 30 billion, will no longer be allowed. But again, as I mentioned earlier, there's no specific directive from the Supreme Court to say that the initial releases have to be returned to PhilHealth.
Alright, so yung nagamit ng initial release ay nagamit in particular din sa pag-cover nung mga unprogrammed appropriations tulad ng DPWH right-of-way. Tama
Yes,
ba?
Mr. President.
Good sponsor. Okay, salamat. And nabanggit din po ng good sponsor yung PDIC.
Yes.
So, pati yung dividends ng PDIC ay kinuha bilang excess revenue. So, paano na po magagaransya yung mga deposito ng mga depositors covered up to 500,000 pesos each kung yung dividends ng Philippine Deposit Insurance Corporation ay kinuha din bilang excess revenue so-called?
These are actually fund balances in excess for the PDIC that was used, Mr. President. There's no issue actually with doing so because the PDIC is quite well-funded, very healthy to cover our contingency needs for ensuring the health of our banks also.
So for the health of our bank depositors, ina-assure ba ng good sponsor na kahit may kinuhang fund balances in excess
250 billion.
mula sa PDIC, sapat pa rin ang hawak ng PDIC para i-cover, i-insure yung deposito ng mga depositors up to 500,000 pesos per depositor, Mr. President?
5 billion in the last 5 years.
Mr. President, the PDIC has spent about 5 billion in the last 5 years. So that's about 1 billion average per year. They have a reserve fund of 250 billion at the moment.
And is that enough para i-cover up to 500,000 pesos value yung deposits ng lahat ng depositors sa lahat ng mga bangko natin?
According to our secretary, it's more than enough to cover all the account balances with the obligation to replace the 500,000.
Alright, salamat po, good sponsor. So lastly, dun pa rin sa unprogrammed appropriations. Yun pong unprogrammed appropriations kasi, ang understanding natin, yun na nga, appropriation cover lang siya. So saan natin kukunin yung cash cover? Halimbawa, saan manggagaling yung 30 billion pesos cash cover para i-finance yung iba pang flagship or big ticket projects na nasa unprogrammed appropriation. So, paano popondohan yung mga proyektong ito na nasa UA, Mr. President?
We will no longer spend the 30 billion of PhilHealth because what are they achieving? So we will cut the expenditures of our program by 30 billion.
Mr. President, as mentioned earlier, the 30 billion, because there was an order from the Supreme Court not to release the remaining balances, the 30 billion projects that were supposed to be funded from the source of the PhilHealth will now be cut. On the other hand, some of them also, I believe, have been included in the coming year's budget or so, Mr. President, let's just to clarify again. So the 30 billion other projects that are remaining are no longer going to be funded as we speak about these other releases.
Of course, for those projects, bad news po yun kung maka to zero. So, pero sabi din ng good sponsor, Mr. President, na yung ilan doon ay sinama naman sa coming year's budget. Ilan sa mga proyektong makakat ay isinasama pa rin sa budget nating pinag-uusapan para sa 2025. And anong porsyento nung pang-budget para sa dapat sa kanila ay isinama pa rin dito sa ating
Pwede na naman next.
budget bill. Mr. President.
For next year.
Yeah, yun na.
Multi-year funding.
Okay. Well, Mr. President, since this is a multi-year funded project, most of them, as I mentioned, it will have another budget to cover it for the coming year. That's basically what I was trying to say.
So madidelay lamang po good sponsor ng isang taon on average.
Yes, but again, we prioritize also the one that is most crucial for us to release. So there may have been some delays on those, but for the coming year, we endeavor also as we do our plenary debates later on to
Within our means.
to cover them. We're trying to live. We're tightening our belts because it's almost like a parent is telling us, no, we cannot use the additional funding from PhilHealth for those other projects. So we have to move on and then see which ones we will be able to cover in the multi-year projects for next year.
Maaari bang magbigay ang good sponsor ng kahit 3 o 2 o isang halimbawa ng mga multi-year funded projects na to na kahit na-cut dun sa 30B sana ay masisimulan pa rin sa budget ng 2025, Mr. President?
Mr. President, one of the big ticket items, of course, is in the transportation, our rail system, pero and the subway system. These are all beneficial projects, I believe, for our countrymen, and so I also know that the body, our colleagues, will also support those initiatives in this coming deliberations.
Salamat, good sponsor. At sa ganyang pagpaprioritize pa rin at pagsasama na at least ng ilan sa mga big ticket items sa budget para sa 2025, at least in a way top of mind na rin sa atin na dahil ito ay mga transportation projects, kaya nananatiling mahalaga yung mga gastusin dapat para sa right-of-way acquisition at saka resettlement din.
Yes,
So,
actually, Mr. President, I'm very
President.
confident because the one that will defend the budget for the DOTR is our very hardworking and knowledgeable colleague, Senator JV. So he has a lot on his shoulders right now, but I'm sure he's already very prepared for it.
Maraming salamat, good sponsor, Mr. President. Dito sa usaping ito na kaugnay nung Supreme Court TRO on the GAA 2024 General Provisions, at the proper time, maghahain po ako ng panukala sa ating General Provisions upang tiyak na hindi na ito mauulit sa proseso ng Budget Bicameral Committee at bilang respeto na rin sa proseso ng paglilinaw sa Korte Suprema. So,
Yes, Mr. President. I mean, we welcome the colleagues' amendment and proposal because anyway, this is also to reiterate what the Supreme Court has already pronounced.
Salamat, good sponsor. Dako naman ako, Mr. President, sa fiscal risks. So, Madam Chair, sa proseso po ng pag-aproba sa budget nitong 2024 GAA, nagkaroon ng nakakabahalang pagbabago sa mga prioridad sa pagpopondo. Para pong naglaho yung malalaking pondo na dapat sanay para sa mahalagang infrastruktura na panlaban, halimbawa, yun na nga, sa malalaking baha. Pinalitan po ito ng napakaraming maliliit o hyperlocal projects. Mga proyektong mas mainam sanang idinisenyo at pinondohan ng may ambag ang mga lokal na pamahalaan. Parang binutas po ang budget para sa flood control, para lang maglagay ng maliliit na pantapal sa iba't ibang lugar. Ang paglilipat ng pondo mula sa mga kritikal na infrastruktura tulad ng flood control patungo sa mga hyperlocal projects ay maaring magresulta sa kakulangan ng proteksyon laban sa mga pagbaha sa hinaharap. Nakita na rin po natin ngayong taon. Isipin natin, no? Isipin ninyo para tayong naghanda ng payong para sa malakas na bagyo, tapos pinalitan lang ng mga dahon ng saging. Bukod pa rito, maaaring mapilitan ng pambansang pamahalaan na umutang ng todo sa mga darating na taon para maibalik yung mga proyektong tinanggal sa prioridad ng budget legislation. Bagamat lalong lumala hindi naman po bago itong nakakabahalang kalakaran ng pag-reallocate ng pondo. At hindi lang ito sa flood control. Sa mga nakaraang taon at dekada, may mga pagkakataon na pati ang budget para sa mga mahalagang bagay tulad ng pensyon ng mga uniformed personnel at pambayad utang ng mga obligadong bayarin ng DBM at ng Pangulo ay ginagalaw din at dinidemote sa unprogrammed funds. Nakakabahala po na ang mga pondong para sa mga bagay na hindi maiiwasan ay binabawasan para pagbigyan ang mga gastusing pwede namang iwasan. So dahil lumalala at paulit-ulit na ginagawa ito, ang pag-accommodate ng mga pwedeng iwasan ng mga hyperlocal projects at ang pagpapalobo ng mga panukalang gastusin ng DBM sa GAA, isang mahalaga para po sa aking tanong din ang lumilitaw. Madam Chair, kung aaalang-alang na posibleng labag sa konstitusyon ang mga GAA, programmed at unprogrammed na lumalagpas sa mga panukala sa NEP, maaari po kayang manguna ang sponsor at chair ng Finance Committee sa pagbuo ng isang resolusyon natin ng Senado at isang general provision na magtitiyak na susundin ng mahigpit ang prinsipyo na ang GAA ay hindi dapat lumagpas sa panukala ng NEP at resolution at general provision na titiyakin na ang mga pangako ng gobyerno para sa mga prioridad na na-vet ng NEDA ay hindi ilalagay sa kategorya ng unprogrammed fund, Mr. President.
Yes, of course, Mr. President. Kaisa ninyo ako doon na talaga namang hindi dapat lumagpas, no? At ang isa pa, yung pagdating sa mga resolusyon bilang chairman ng inyong Committee on Finance, syempre isinaalang-alang ko ang lahat ng mga proposals ng ating mga kasama. So titignan natin yan, bubusisiin natin, lalong-lalo na pagdating sa budget ng DPWH, ang lahat ng mga proyekto na sa tingin naman natin ay nadodoble o hindi naman kailangan sa ngayon at sa tamang panahon, lahat naman tayo ay magkakaroon ng pagkakataon na magbigay ng suhestyon na ito ay madagdagan o mabawasan.
Maraming salamat, Madam Chair, dun sa pagiging bukas at yung pag-affirm dun sa hindi dapat lumagpas ang GAA sa panukalang NEP. At ang ibig po bang sabihin nga nito ay moving forward, patuloy nating titiyakin na yung mga vetted at priority projects ng NEDA na ipinangako ng gobyerno, hindi magiging unprogrammed funds na lamang, Mr. President.
May lumalas. Yeah. Mr. President, I'm sorry, I was conferring. Could our colleague repeat her question?
Yes, Madam Chair. Inihingi ko lang yung affirmation ng chair kung yung kanilang affirmation na hindi dapat lumagpas sa NEP ang GAA ay pinagpapasalamat ko ay nangangahulugan na hindi na maililipat sa kategoryang unprogrammed fund yung mga vetted priority projects ng NEDA na pinapangako ng gobyerno, Mr. President.
So the answer to this is that this is a matter for Congress to decide.
Between the lower and
Between the
upper
lower
house.
house and the Senate House.
Yeah.
That's why there are two Congresses, one in the House, one in that, but yeah, same balance.
Yeah. Mr. President, although I agree also with our colleague with regards to this, syempre we live according to our means, right? There are certain processes, as you know, that this is not just a unilateral decision of the Senate, but we will endeavor also to stick to whatever the NEP has given us to work with. But again, it will really need firm resolution within us and within our group also to push for this. But again, there are other contingency factors that may have to be considered. But at the moment, I agree with Senator Risa, Mr. President, that this is something that we need to work on.
Maraming salamat, good sponsor. At the very least, pwede ko bang isara itong paksang ito na may assurance mula sa chair na susubukan natin at subukan ngayong taon na bilang partner sa DBCC sa sa mga component agencies niya na hindi na maulit na yung pinangakong priority vetted projects ay mailipat sa unprogrammed funds lamang, Mr. President.
Yes, we will, of course, we will try to include all of these priority projects or projects that we feel will be really necessary and beneficial in the regular budget na hindi unprogrammed. Ngayon, again, we will go back to the source of unprogrammed, which is excess revenue. Having already learned that there are certain factors that cannot be used to fund unprogrammed funds. For example, itong ang sa PhilHealth, talagang it will also remind us to stick within a parameter, within our means. So unless it's absolutely necessary, we really shouldn't have to go beyond what is prescribed by the NEP. Kasi kung wala naman tayong excess income, wala din naman tayong gagastusin.
Maraming salamat, good sponsor. Pinangahawakan ko yon yung assurance ng good sponsor na susubukan nating maging good partner din sa DBCC sa ganyang klasing disiplina. So sa huling paksa ko, Mr. President, dito sa DBCC, dako na ako dun sa embedding deficit and debt reforms into the general provisions. So una, mari po bang ilahad ng good sponsor ang ilang mga datos? So una, ukol sa laki ng kabuoang utang ng gobyerno at budget deficit na target natin para sa 2024, 2025 at hanggang 2028. Ano po ang naging pagbabago nito kumpara sa naunang medium-term fiscal targets na unang inilahad noong ang Finance Secretary ay si Ginoong Jokno? Mas magiging malaki ba ang deficit at pagkakautang, Mr. President?
I believe our national debt right now is about 15.4 trillion.
Yeah, more or less.
More or less, that is our national debt. About 10.573 of these is actually domestic. So, hindi naman tayo nag-uutang sa labas ng ating bansa. So kung meron mang binabayad na interest dito, ay napupunta rin sa ating mga kababayan o mga bangko na nandito sa ating bansa.
May targets po ba tayong budget deficits mula ngayon, susunod na taon at hanggang 2028,
Yes.
Mr. President?
For 2025 will be 1.5 trillion.
Yeah. Our deficit for 2025 is about 1.5 trillion.
Which is 5.2% of GDP.
5.2% of GDP.
In 26, it will be 1.476 trillion.
In 26, it will be 1.476 trillion.
The deficit
And
4.7.
will be, and the deficit to GDP will be 4.7. So pababa po ang debt to GDP ratio natin.
At ito pong ratios, good sponsor, ay target bang patuloy na bumaba in absolute numbers at saka in percentage
Hanggang
kahit 2027
3.7%
2028?
by 2028 from the current 5.6% in 2024, 5.3% in 2025, 4.7% in 2026, 4.1% in 2027, and 3.7% in 2028.
Definitely something to look forward to, good sponsor. Pareho ba ito o iba ba ito dun sa targets natin, dun sa naunang medium-term fiscal targets nung panahon ni dating Secretary Jokno? Mr. President?
More gradual. The decrease in deficit is more gradual than abrupt. to create more growth in the economy and to employ more people?
It was recalibrated so that it is not abrupt, because as you know, if we endeavor to decrease spending immediately, this will also uh, growth will suffer. It will affect our economy. So what we're trying to do is gradually we are decreasing our debt and our deficit, and in that way we are still doing alongside with it simultaneously factors and investments that will help growth.
Salamat, good sponsor. So, hindi po magiging mas malaki ang deficit at pagkakautang natin hanggang 2028.
Hindi po.
With the permission of Senator,
Yung ratio. Yeah.
with the permission of Senator Risa,
Yes,
just to
Mr.
clarify, reducing the deficit and reducing the debt to GDP ratio are two different concepts. May the chair find out from the sponsor,
Ano yung paka?
Correct. By reducing the
ano po yung strategiya para bumaba yung deficit? Nabanggit kanina yung isa, lower spending. Ano po ba yung ibang strategiya pang ginagawa para bumaba yung deficit?
increase revenue.
Kasi halimbawa, yung pagbaba ng debt to GDP, pwedeng umuutang pa rin tayo ng malaki o mas malaki pa nga, pero mas malaki yung paglago naman ng ating ekonomiya. So yung debt to GDP ratio mo, bumababa. Pero yung deficit, sabi ng sponsor kanina, ay bumababa din. At nabanggit din, rinig ko hanggang dito yung boses ng Secretary of Finance na reduce spending. Ano pa ibang strategiya para pababain yung deficit maliban sa pagpapababa ng aktual na budget at gastusin ng pamahalaan?
Yeah, yes, to clarify, Mr. President, correct. Our deficit, our debt may not necessarily decrease because we continue to spend, but the debt to GDP ratio will go down.
The strategy is
The strategy is
promote growth first.
promote growth first.
That if you're growing, revenues increase.
When you're growing, your revenues are increasing. And that's exactly why we are able to forecast that the debt to GDP ratio is going down because of the increased revenue.
Actually, that's the
Increase in
point.
growth because of the revenue.
That's what I wanted on the record, that if at all it is pegged on the increased GDP, which will reflect in increased revenue and not necessarily new sources of revenue.
We may have to do combination.
Now I cannot hear the voice of Secretary Recto anymore.
We might have to do a combination of both new sources of revenue and increased revenue.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor.
Salamat, Habi, Mr. President. And thank you for that, Mr. President, because that does remind me na so far we've been talking, data-wise, we've been talking about the target deficit and target debt to GDP ratio. Pero yung variable doon, yung absolute value ng debt, ito ba'y liliit or lalaki from the current 15.4 trillion year on year hanggang taong 2028, Mr. President?
What is the price of the economy to do? 26 billion? 27? Okay. The size of the economy today is 26 billion. Our debt is 15 trillion.
Okay.
Okay? By 2028, based on our fiscal plan, the economy will be 37 billion. And our debt will be 21 billion.
Okay.
By 20, yeah, but the debt of GDP is going down. Ibig sabihin, we can afford it.
Okay. Mr. President, this will be a very specific forecast, but 26 trillion is the size of our economy currently. Our debt is about 15 trillion. In 2028, the size of our economy will have doubled, will almost have doubled, but about 37 trillion. And our debt will be 21 trillion. So the debt is actually actually grew from 15 trillion, but the debt to GDP ratio will go down.
And the good sponsor also mentioned earlier na isa sa mga factors na ipuput into play para ma-hit yung ganitong mga targets ay mga dagdag investments.
Yes, new sources, but also stronger,
The strategy to grow at 6.5% is we need to invest roughly 5 to 6% in infrastructure,
okay.
number one, and human resource development, particularly in education. For sustainable growth.
Okay, for us to be able to reach a growth of about 6.5%, the 5.6% should be invested in infrastructure, and then also a large portion of the investment should go to human development, particularly education.
Although good sponsor, out of a growth of 6.5%, kung 5.6% i-invest natin sa infrastructure, 0.9% na lang matitira. Hindi na po siya ganun ka-large. Para
Hindi,
sa
kasi
human,
this is
capital.
6.5% is the total growth.
Okay.
Infrastructure is just a portion of the investments needed.
6%.
5% of GDP is actually goes to infrastructure. Magkaiba
Para-
kasi yung 6.5 growth yun eh.
Growth,
Yung ng
okay.
growth na economy, yung
5.6
5.6% of our expenditure goes to infra to be able to achieve the 6.5% growth rate.
Okay.
So you don't subtract
Okay.
that number literally. Because
Or
one is
magkaibang
for
kategorya sila.
magkaibang category. Yung isa is for the investment of yung isa naman yung growth.
And we're roughly spending 4% on education.
And
Target.
right
Yes,
now we're
good
spending about 4% in education. Ano yung infra investment?
Right.
Ilang percent yung
5.5%
ngayon?
to GDP.
4% of our expenditures is spent on education
Yes. 4% of GDP.
GDP.
or of GDP.
4% of GDP is
4%.
education.
Pesos.
1 trillion pesos goes to education.
1 trillion pesos.
Ilang percent?
Eh, yun pong, good sponsor, yung pong utang ng mga GOCCs,
Hindi, pero
lalaki ba yon dahil kinuhanan natin sila ng pera?
What's the question?
could you repeat the question,
Mr.
Mr.
President.
President?
Yes, yung utang po naman ng mga GOCCs, lalaki ba yung utang ng GOCCs dahil kinuhanan natin sila ng pera?
That's nothing to
Mr.
do.
President.
Wala nga po eh, kasi yung GOCCs na nabanggit, dalawa lang naman yun. PhilHealth at saka PDIC. Alam naman natin na hanggang ngayon, ang PhilHealth, meron yatang 500 billion reserve fund pa rin. And yung PDIC naman, 250 billion reserve na sinasabi natin, 1 billion per year lang ang nagagamit nila to be able to honor commitments to our depositors. So, Mr. President, yun nga ang sinasabi din natin dito sa PhilHealth, no? Maganda rin na medyo gisingin natin sila. Sapagkat dito sa 500 billion reserve fund nila, nakalagay po ito sa time deposit na hindi nila nagagamit, hindi nila ginagamit. Ngayon, alam naman natin ang time deposit
Treasury.
nasa Treasury. Kung ano man ang kinikita nito, hindi man lang nasusupply yung kakulangan sa inflation. So parang lugi pa tayo dito. Imbis na kumikita yung pera na yun o imbis na nagagamit ang pera na yun sa kanilang mga beneficiaries. So yun yung punto rin dito sa mga natutulog na pera sa GOCC na dapat gamitin ng mga heads of agency nila sa tamang paraan at sa lalong mas mabilis na paraan na makakarating sa mga beneficiaries nila.
Salamat, good sponsor. Pero yung ibang mga GOCCs, bukod sa PhilHealth, PDIC, yung iba pang mga GOCCs, may mga utang ba sila, Mr. President?
Oo, nagbibigay sila ng mga dividendo. In fact, dun sa mga ibang GOCCs, ang tanging nakakuha lamang ng suporta sa gobyerno ay hindi man lang ganun kalaki rin. Ito yung TIEZA. Kung hindi ako nagkakamali. Yung mga ibang GOCCs naman, sa earnings pa nga sila na kumikita sila, so operational sila using their own earnings, Mr. President.
Pero yung utang na mayroon, yung mga GOCCs, magkano po yun lahat?
Consolidated public debt.
Meron consolidated,
Malaki is NFA.
ang pinakamalaking may utang sa mga GOCCs sa ngayon.
Ano po,
Ay,
Mr. Good
Ang
Sponsor?
pinakamalaking GOCC na may utang ay NFA.
NFA. Magkano po yung utang ng NFA?
At saka Pisan rin.
At PISAM, magkano po yung utang nilang dalawa?
Hin- hinahanap pa namin yung datos para mas maging eksakto.
Salamat, Good Sponsor. At itong...
Maybe we can go to the next question, or we can, if our colleague won't mind, maybe we can give you that exact figure in a moment, but we can go with the next question.
Thank you, Good Sponsor, Mr. President. I don't mind at all. Yung follow-up question ko lang naman ay yung pong utang ng NFA, utang ng PISAM, utang ng alin pa mang ibang GOCC, kasama na po ba yon sa debt figure na 15.4 trillion or hiwalay pa po yon?
No, we're using it like land bank.
Kasama ba?
Mr. President, the total resources of the GOCC is about 4.2 trillion.
Question niya kung kasama yung GOCC na utang sa 15. Hindi po kasama mo.
So assets po yun nila, resources 4.2 trillion. Sa liability side po, magkano ang utang ng mga
Okay.
GOCCs na may utang?
Ang utang ng NFA ngayon, 131.5 billion. Kinukuha pa natin yung iba no, sa PISAM. But just to clarify, itong utang ng GOCCs, hindi po kasama yan sa total utang na 15 trillion plus ng ating bansa.
Okay. Meron po ba
Meron
tayo
pong 4.2 trillion na
reserves ng
Or DFIs, such as a land bank,
resources?
GSIS, NSS, have investments of 4.8 trillion.
our government financial institutions or GFIs have a total resources of 4.2 trillion. So kasama na po dyan yung SSS, Land Bank, GSIS, etc.
Pero gaya ng sinabi ng good sponsor kanina, bukod po dun sa resources o assets, dun sa liability side, yung utang po ng mga GOCCs, yung 131 billion ng NFA at kung magkano pa sa ibang mga GOCCs.
Yung sa PISAM, 486 billion.
At yung sa
So
PISAM,
kahit na
486
i-add natin
billion.
yon,
Opo.
hindi
So,
pa rin naman ganon. Pero sila na ngayon yung pinakamataas na may utang sa mga GOCCs.
salamat, good sponsor. Pero kahit po itong 500 or 600 plus billion pesos na pagkakautang ng dalawa sa mga GOCCs, hindi pa pala kasama sa debt na 15.4 trillion pesos.
Hindi po kasama yon.
Di ba? So ano po yung pamagat at halaga nung kabuuang pagkakautang ng gobyerno? Kumbaga, ano yung consolidated debt ba ang tawag doon? At kung oo, magkano yung consolidated debt ng gobyerno, Mr. President?
While we may have we have a consolidated public sector surplus.
Okay, we have a consolidated public sector surplus. Ano yan? Yung mga GOCC?
So cash flow po ito, yung consolidated public sector surplus.
Yeah,
Um,
I thought that, yeah. But, you know, it would be at that moment. Take a look at it. Financial government. You said that, see it. So it's, look at the public sector surplus.
okay. So itong surplus na to,
I think GFIs, including local government,
ito public sector borrowings natin.
international government. Ito mga GFIs natin, surplus.
Oh, pero pag binawas na yan, meron pa rin tayo.
Oh, so lumiit.
Oo, lumilit.
So you know that we have 6 million. So nothing really to worry about.
Mr. President, yun ngang public sector borrowing natin, about 1.5 trillion, meron namang public sector surplus. Halimbawa, lahat yan lumiliit po eh. Pagka you take into account actually the public sector surplus, tumataas. Yung atin namang projection ng utang kahit na 1.485 billion in 2025, yung public sector tumaas yung surplus from the GFIs from 687 billion in 2024 to 882 billion in 2025. So, ayon sa ating butihing secretary, hindi naman ito talagang nakakabahala. Actually, malusog ang sitwasyon pagdating dito sa ating mga projections at kung ano yung actual numbers na meron na talaga tayo.
So, good sponsor, tumaas ng mga a little more than 200 billion pesos yung public sector surplus over, hindi ko lang na-catch aling mga taon ito, pero meron ding nakatalang public sector borrowings na 1.5 trillion pesos. So ito na po ba yung tatawagin nating public sector or public sector debt, 1.5 trillion pesos?
Hindi naman. This one is the national government.
Ito kasi yung
Halimbawa, for 2024, this is...
At ito po ba ay ngayong taon, isang taon lamang or
okay,
this is the
consolidated?
our
public sector.
GFIs, including local government. Okay? So your consolidated public sector deficit is lower. This minus this.
Is lower. But I think her question is, could you repeat your question again?
Yes,
Is this
Mr. President.
what we're-
Yung pong sinasabing public sector borrowing na 1.5 trillion pesos, ito po ba yung public sector
National
debt
government.
kasama yung GOCCs? Or hindi pa? Hindi pa kasama yung GOCCs?
hindi kasama, national government lang yon. Pero
National.
pag binawas nga natin yung mga
So the national government
yung
this year ng 1.5 trillion.
like, yung utang ngayon ng national government 1.5 trillion. Pero ang kita naman ng mga GFIs,
GSIS,
882 billion. So kung binawas mo yon, 603 billion ang ating deficit.
deficit.
Okay po.
Ibig sabihin,
Actually, medyo iniwan ko for now yung pagtatanong pa sa deficit. Napag-usapan na rin po natin, good sponsor, yung target deficits at saka yung target debt to GDP ratio. Gusto ko lang kompletuhin yung picture nung debt, yung pagkakautang. So, sinasabi nga na public sector borrowing 1.5 trillion. So, I understand that as ngayong taong 2024. Bahagi na po siya nung pinag-uusapan natin kaninang debt na 15.4 trillion pesos. Tama po ba?
percentage GDP, 60% pa rin.
Yeah, as of
Kasama na yung GFIs dyan.
yung utang ng GFI.
Kasama na lahat. All
Okay.
told na yan.
Kasama na nga yung utang ng GFI.
Mm.
Considering everything, including the commitments or the debts for the GFIs, yung ating consolidated public sector debt to GDP is about 60%.
That is even lower than 60%.
Okay po. So, this is another ratio. Consolidated public sector debt to GDP. At kanina napag-usapan din natin yung target debt to GDP ratios from next year hanggang 2028. I'm just trying to zero in on bukod sa 15.4 trillion debt ng national government na sabi ng good sponsor ay hindi pa kasali yung pagkakautang ng mga GOCCs. Kung alam ba natin magkano ang pagkakautang ng GOCCs?
Yes.
Yes.
So magkano? Yun.
Hindi, yung kanina yung mga
Oo, yung kanina, yung binigay niyo.
mahaba.
Kasi po ang GOCCs natin, kung di ako nagkakamali, ang bilang nun mga 250. Nabanggit ng good sponsor ang
NFA.
NFA, opo, at ang PISALM.
Isam.
Opo. So, sa lahat po ng GOCCs out of the 250 na may utang, magkano po yung total na pagkakautang ng GOCCs?
GOCCs, 300 lang.
All GOCC's debt or commitments is about 300 billion.
300 billion pesos. All right. Kung dinadagdag ba ng DBCC yung debt ng national government na ngayong taon ay 15.4 trillion sa debt ng GOCCs na ngayong taon ay 300 billion para maka-arrive at sa isa pang kategorya and yung total na 15.7 billion pesos. At sorry, 15.7
Oo.
tama ba?
Mr.
0.7 trillion pesos.
Mr. President, kasi kahit na umuutang ang mga GOCCs, kumikita sila at yung kita nila ay actually nagbibigay pa nga ng surplus sa kanila. So, hindi din...
This is an example. With 300 billion in debt ng GOCC, merong investment sa 4.2 trillion. So may surplus guy.
GOCC.
Yeah. SSS, SIS, which
So, halimbawa, Mr. President, kung meron mang debt ang GOCC na 300 billion, meron namang 4.2 trillion na investment sa kanila na surplus. So actually, nawa-wipe out din lahat actually yung mga debt na yun.
I understand, good sponsor. Pero bago pa natin ma-offset ang isang factor sa ibang factor o variable, kailangan nating malaman ano ba yung mga variables na yun at magkakano sila. And in fact pala, I think the 300 billion pesos total debt of GOCCs is off dahil dun pa lang sa NFA debt na 131 billion at PISALM debt na 486 billion, higit 5 or 600 billion na po iyon. So, kulang po yung pagsusuma na 300 billion. Kalahati pa lang yun ang utang ng dalawa sa 250 GOCCs. So, I'm just trying to find out po, parang sa isang household. So, halimbawa ako, solo parent. Alam ko po kung may utang yung pamilya ko, yung household ko, parang national government. Pero kung nagkaroon kami ng isang family business, parang GOCC, alam ko rin kung may utang yon. Magkahiwalay na numero, pero dapat kaya kong i-account at kaya kong isuma para alam ko yung kabuoang pagkakautang ng pamilya o household ko, yung personal namin at dun sa family business, Mr. President. So, ganun lang po yung tinatanong ko, magkano ba ang utang ng GOCCs na hindi pa kasama dun sa 15.4 trillion debt ng national government, Mr. President?
Alam mo, we mentioned kasi you asked specifically what their debt is or kung ano yung kulang sa kanila, di ba? Pero may assets rin sila eh. So, may liability, yun nga ang nababanggit natin na sa PISAM, no? Pero meron din silang assets. So, talagang nababawasan din
Mr. President, good sponsor. Gayun din, assets is another variable, another factor. Yung offsetting natin can give us an overall sense, a sense of assurance, a sense of well-being, a sense of confidence. Pero kailangan muna natin malaman yung basic, yung component variables niya. Hindi ba alam ng national government magkano ang utang ng mga GOCCs? Kasi okay lang kung ganun ang sitwasyon at ganun ang sagot. Alam natin na may utang ang national government ng 15.4 trillion, but for whatever reason, hindi natin alam magkano ang utang ng GOCCs. Kasi kung ganun, di pwedeng ang isang step forward natin ay alamin ng national government, alamin ng DBCC, magkano ang utang ng GOCCs, Mr. President. Actually, Mr. President, yung isa pang component na dapat alam natin sa gabay ng DBCC, magkano ang utang ng mga LGUs. para sa kabuuang pagkakautang ng buong gobyerno, national government, GOCCs, LGUs, para pwedeng mag-budget planning at budget management na yung laging sinasabing whole of government approach, Mr. President.
Example. National liability. Total answer.
For LG lang yung answer. Total.
Actually, grand 200 total. Yeah. Yeah.
LGU,
Ah.
200 billion.
Pero may surplus.
Most of the LGUs have surplus.
Okay. Mr. President, okay, to answer your second question, magkano yung utang ng LGU? About 200 billion. Pero ito yung utang nila, pero yung mga surplus nila, hindi pa nga deducted dito. Yung surplus ng LGU,
At yung 200 billion pesos po na pagkakautang ng LGUs, kasama na po ba yon sa 15.4 trillion na utang ng national government or hindi rin po? Mr. President.
hindi po.
Hindi rin po. Okay.
So, ganito yung
Apo.
sa utang ng LGU na nabanggit ko, 200 billion? 200 billion. Meron silang 700, meron silang
2020.
in 2022, 433 billion surplus. 2023, 325 billion surplus. 2024, 310 billion surplus, yung mga LGUs.
25.
Sa 2025, kasi marami rin support sa LGU, nagiging 455 billion surplus.
Salamat, good sponsor. Na-appreciate ko talaga lahat ng datos na iyan. But at the same time, para maging realistic at basis talaga for planning yung mga datos na iyon, kailangan malinaw yung datos sa iba pang variables na tinatanong. Halimbawa, yung complete debt picture, national government, GOCCs, LGUs. Para din tayo sa legislatura, mas kaya nating suportahan ng alam natin lahat ng mga data so we can marshal the proper
Mr.
policies and
President,
budget
may we just also submit
Yes,
the
Mr.
sponsor? It's all here in the BSF, all of the figures, but just also to give a better picture, in 2023, the total consolidated general government debt is 13 trillion. But the total consolidated public sector debt, including the general government debt, is about 14 trillion. So we have about 1 trillion na kung isasama natin yung mga iba't iba pang mga GOCCs or sinasabi nga LGUs na yung mga pagkakautang. So dun sa kabuuan, maliit lang ang madadagdag to take into consideration. But all of these financials will be submitted to you, about 1.5 trillion.
Yes, thank you, good sponsor. Hihingin ko nga na lang na yung report in writing for year 2024. So yung national government debt, yung GOCC's debt, at yung LGU's debt.
With the permission
Yes,
of
Mr. President.
with the permission of Senator Risa, just an interjection. May I know, distinguished sponsor, what the opinion of the economic team is with respect to surpluses? Do they encourage it? Do they love it? Do they hate it? Do they want to do something about it? I ask the question, distinguished sponsor, because any surplus, while it may look good in the books, is actually money not well spent, just like the 500 billion surplus that PhilHealth still has up to now. At an average of 4% inflation, next year, that money will be less than 20 billion already. So may I ask, what is the position of the economic team with respect to surpluses, meaning amounts of money that they don't spend when they should have spent it already? Tinatago lang nilang ipon, kumbaga, o savings. Deposito man nila yan sa land bank, kung saan nila dapat din ang deposito yan, maswerte na sila kung time deposit may 1% per annum, talo pa rin sila ng 3 to 4% per annum.
Mr. President, In terms of the surplus for the LGUs, majority of that is actually in Metro Manila. Kaya nga, halimbawa sa Makati, maraming mga benefits na pinamimigay kasi nga may surplus.
As a city,
Quezon City, Taguig, I suppose, yes. But then, with the others, syempre, kailangan pa rin punuan. Meron ng national tax allotment, di ba, na napupunta rin sa mga local government yung share nila. So, while we feel probably secure with such a huge surplus, it's also not advisable, especially when it reaches a certain level, because then you don't really earn from that. So we encourage also certain GOCCs and agencies, but particularly those that give benefits to our countrymen, to be more proactive in being able to utilize the budget that they have. But of course, they always have to keep a reserve fund for any contingency or calamity that might need it. So we're not also encouraging like a zero balance in their budget or in terms of their surplus, but a reasonable amount.
While the chair joins the concern of the Deputy Minority Floor Leader with respect to the amount of debt, the amount of surplus may also be concerning because it eats up fiscal space that we could otherwise utilize for immediate projects that are immediately important at this point in time. So I hope the distinguished sponsor will likewise take note of these at the proper time. Thank you for the interjection, Senator Ontiveros.
Salamat, Abi, Mr. President. And I joined the Senate President in his expression of concern. In fact, pwede nating sabihin na yung isang halimbawa ng good management ay kung surplus o underspending pala ang LGUs, edi baka dapat tumulong sila sa national government. Dahil iisang household lang naman po tayong lahat.
Well,
So,
Mr. President,
Mr. President.
kaya nga din, ang pagtulong nila sa kabuuan ng bansa ay ang pag-aalaga rin nila sa kanilang mga constituents. So, syempre, kahit papano, meron na ngang mga binibigay na ibang surplus yung mga LGUs dun sa kanilang mga constituents, imbis na national government yung gumagasta rin sa kanila. So, katulad yan sa Makati, pag meron kang yellow card, 'di ba? Yung health benefits doon, yung City of Makati na yung nagbibigay, tapos lalong-lalo na pwedeng madagdagan pag yung kasama natin dito ay maging tagapamahala. So may mga bagay po na ganyan na masasabi naman natin na nakakatulong din sa kabuuan ng ating bansa. Ang pagkakaroon din ng pondo ng mga LGUs.
Salamat, good sponsor. And naglulook forward po ako dun sa report in writing or yung mga datos in writing tungkol sa national government debt na sinabi na nga kanina ay 15.4 trillion. Yung GOCC's debt na I think understated at 300 billion dahil dun pa lang sa dalawang GOCC ay umaabot na sa mga 600 billion. At yung debt din ng LGUs natin na may figure na binigay kanina, though I didn't catch if it was for a earlier year na 200 billion. So balikan ko lang yung unang tanong na nagbunsod nitong lahat ng mga follow-up questions. Yung tungkol nga po sa MTFF at yung naging debt at saka budget deficit targets natin batay doon. Mari po kayang good sponsor, isama natin sa mga annexes ng General Appropriation Act. Una, kung ano ang detalyadong paliwanag sa pagbabagong ito sa medium-term fiscal framework, Mr. President.
Pakiulit po yung tanong.
Yes, Mr. President. Kasi sinabi po ng good sponsor kanina, nagkaroon ng recalibration sa pagitan ng MTFF nung panahon ni dating Secretary Jokno at yung kasalukuyan nating debt at saka debt-to-GDP ratio targets. Posible kayang may detalyadong paliwanag sa pagbabagong ito dun sa annexes ng GAA, Mr. President?
Wala po sa answers ng GA, but we can provide
We can provide the details for that. Bakit nagkaroon ng calibration? Pero wala po sa GAA yan. So if the um, gentle lady will agree that we submit that to her so that it's more comprehensive for her review.
Thank you, good sponsor. Pero pagkatapos naming tignan, magiging bukas ba ang good sponsor? Isama nga ang isang detalyadong paliwanag sa annex ng GAA 2025, Mr. President.
kasi may possibility ulit na ma-revise and depende kung
Alam mo- Oh, Mr. President, it's also here for the record when it can be submitted later on in plenary. We can verbalize it here. However, this is something that's not anymore included in the GAA as a provision because sometimes it changes depending on the metrics already that will be used and the situation of the economy. So these are just guides for our economic managers to use to make certain forecasts. But so if you want to actually reference it, you can always go back to the transcripts of our discussion. But in terms of the actual expenses of the government, it will all be detailed, and it is what is detailed in the GAA and how those allocations should be spent.
Salamat, good sponsor. Kaya ko itinatanong ito kasi naalala ko nung pinag-uusapan natin yung medium-term fiscal framework bill noon, nabanggit, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, and correct me if I'm wrong, nabanggit ng sponsor noon, si dating Senador Sonny Angara, na yung MTFF ay magiging gabay sa ating budget-making process. That being the case, and yun na nga po, unless I am wrong, I'm sure ang hugis naman po ng GAA natin ay hindi unchanged mula nung pinoproduce ito ng Kongreso ng Republika. So, magiging bukas ba ang chair na ang good sponsor na ngayong taong GAA 2025, yung isang pagbabago at tingin ko it may be a good change, ay isama nga po yung detalyadong paliwanag na ito sa isang annex ng GAA, Mr. President.
Mr. President, unang-una, no, global factors affect also how our economy will be. Somehow, at the time, those parameters were made bago pa lang yung Russia-Ukraine war. In fact, we were surprised how much that has affected global trade and supply when it comes to wheat, basic necessities. Now, meron na rin tayong factors ng Israel conflict, di ba? And the recent elections in the US, I mean, what would that indicate? Would it be a stronger economy for the US? How does that affect the Philippines in particular? Will a stronger dollar affect our currency for the better? Or, I mean, it's always a factor that needs to be considered. That's why to put a very detailed explanation or parameters in the GAA will eventually be a violation later on when factors change and we are not flexible.
Salamat, good sponsor. I don't share the good sponsor's apprehension about that dahil annual naman yung ating budget instrument at maaring i-reflect sa GAA ng 2026 ang anumang pagbabago na maaring mangyari sa loob ng isang taon without violating ano dapat yung mga prinsipyo sa isang budget instrument. So pag-aaralan ko na lang ulit, good sponsor, and to present once more at the proper time for the reconsideration of the good sponsor. So dun pa rin po sa annexes ng GAA, maari kayang isama na dahil mayroong mga bagong targets sa ating bagong MTFF para sa gagastusin, kikitain sa tax at uutangin, maari din po bang makita sa GAA kung anong mga hakbang ang gagawin para maabot naman at hindi basta-bastang mai-adjust yung mga bagong targets na ito, Mr. President?
Mr. President, going back to the MTFF, there's a provision in the last year's 2 years ago MTFF that in 2025 we are going to review the short and medium term fiscal indicators.
Maraming salamat sa paalalang yun, good sponsor. So, tempted talaga akong balikan yung naunang tanong ko. Dahil nandun naman pala sa MTFF yung 2025 review, niyang short at medium term targets at yung framework mismo. So, hindi kaya napapanahon na dahil i-review yung MTFF pala, may maisama sa kung ano yung acceptable sa good sponsor at sa DBCC, may maisama sa annexes ng GAA parallel dun sa pag-review sa MTFF, yon yung detalyadong paliwanag at yung mga hakbang na nagagawin, Mr. President.
Sa Jill,
Also, good sponsor kasi tuloy-tuloy naman pong pinag-aaralan ng DBCC sa kanilang taunang fiscal risk statements ang mga dahilan kung bakit hindi madaling maabot ang mga MTFF targets na ito.
Mr. President, masasama po yan sa budget of expenditures and sources of financing sa 2026. Kasi yan ang kalakip ng NEP, no? Yung nagiging basihan ng NEP ay ilalagay nila doon sa kanilang BSF. So makikita natin ano ang naging basihan ng NEP para irekomenda itong budget na ito na pag sa Kamara.
Of course, good sponsor, BSF yun para sa 2026. So kumbaga, mamimiss natin yung window ng 2025.
Hindi, yung sa 2025, nandito na sa BSF.
Sorry, Miss.
Yung para sa
sponsor.
2025, nandyan na sa BSF ang indicators para sa TFF, di ba?
Sorry, I must have misheard the good sponsor, Mr. President. Akala ko sa BSF 2026 maisasama.
Nandyan na yung macroeconomic parameters nasa page 1 ng BSF. Ngayon, ang sinasabi nating total review nito, no, how it has actually fared in the years, in 2025, there will be, next year, the DBCC meets quarterly as well to evaluate the indicators.
And yung pong total review nila next year 2025, maisasama nga po sa BSF ng 2026.
Palagi namang kasama eh.
Yes.
Yung
So,
yung
opo.
page 1, I'm sure you have a copy of this, pero yung page 1, nandun nakalagay yung mga indicators natin. And actually, yun yung naging basis nga natin dito. Halimbawa, nominal gross national income, yung GNI, real GDP, population, unemployment rate, etc. Which by the way, yung unemployment rate bumaba, 'di ba? Bumaba sa ngayon, pero syempre we're looking at an average here. So yun yung naging reason, yun ang naging basis paano sila gumawa ng budget for this coming year.
Yes. Salamat, good sponsor. Of course, also, annual nga po yung BSF tulad ng gaan
Tapos may
natin.
quarterly meeting ang
Mr.
DBCC.
Quarterly meeting ng DBCC.
Yeah, it's a projection for the next until 2028. There's a projection there.
At meron din projections until 2028. Pero gaya nga ng sinabi natin, nagbabago rin yung mga projections based on the global situation as well as domestic situations. Like, kunyari, nagkaroon tayo ng bagyo o kung ano man yung mga nangyari dito or denubyo o sa ibang bansa naman, nagkaroon nga ng conflict. Nag-iba yung namumuno sa isang bansa na naka-apekto sa atin sa magandang paraan, sana.
I share the hope of the good sponsor, Mr. President. And gaya po ng sinabi ng good
We have to be
sponsor,
positive also somehow, di ba?
always good sponsor.
Let's manifest what's good for our country.
Amen, good sponsor. And gaya po ng sinabi ng good sponsor, Mr. President, annual nga po yung BSF. And ang karagdagang hinahanap natin ay action plans para sa 2025, 2026, 2027, at 2028. Sabi nga po ng good sponsor, may projections para sa 2028. So yung action plans po, pwede rin po bang isama yon sa annexes ng GAA?
Oh, meron naman nasa Philippine Development Plan, Mr. President. Saan na ba yung meron ako ditong notes Philippine Development Plan target, unemployment rate decrease, increase meron which actually ngayon, 'di ba, yung 2024 nag-umpisa tayo sa 4.4%. Nasa 3.7% tayo ngayon. Yung iba naman, halimbawa yung debt to GDP ratio natin na bumaba. Right now, we're on track towards that. 3.7% yung ating forecast for 2028, and then increase to upper middle income status in 2025. Yung per capita income natin tumaas from $4,256 in 2023 to $4,363 in 2024. We are anticipating na magiging 4,619 in 2025. Yun yung mga kasama natin dito sa yun nga, yung Pillar 1, to develop and protect capabilities of individuals. Pillar 2, transform production sectors to generate more quality jobs and competitive products. Pillar 3, create an enabling environment for our citizens. So, may mga ganun tayo na palagi namang kasama yan. Yan yung Philippine Development Plan natin.
Although of course, good sponsor, ito po ay mga targets. At ang karagdagang hinahanap natin ay yung action plans year on year.
Actually,
Yes, Mr. President.
Mr. President, to credit also the current administration, ngayon gumawa na sila ng medium-term fiscal framework. Dati kasi wala noon.
Yes, Mr. President, good sponsor. Yung huling tanong ko po kaugnay nitong MTFF nga, mari din po nating kayang iutos sa loob ng GAA na sa tuwing nagbabadya ang muling paglihis mula sa mga sinabing magiging gastusin, kikitain at uutangin, ay obligahin natin ang ating economic managers na ipaalam ito sa Kongreso, Mr. President.
Yes.
Salamat. Salamat, good sponsor. Good sponsor, nandito po ang isang IMF team noong nakaraang Disyembre 2023. At nireview nila ang ating sistema ng pagbabantay sa ating deficit targets at debt targets na nakapaloob sa MTFF. Sinasabi ng IMF team na mas kapanipaniwala ang ibang bansa sa ASEAN gaya ng Vietnam, kapag sinabi nilang hanggang dito lang ang uutangin ngayon at sa mga susunod na taon. Nasa batas nila. At kaya ang DBM, DOF, NEDA at Treasury nila ay obligadong sumunod sa batas. So kaya rin ako siguro parang makulit, Madam Chair, itanong kung pwedeng sa annexes ng GAA mismo ilagay itong mga paliwanag, hakbang, etc. Sinasabi din ng IMF na kailangang puruhan ng taunang budget ang capital spending dahil sa ganito maaabot ang GDP at employment generation targets ng bansa. At para mangyari ito, ayon sa IMF team, ay kailangang ibaba at ibalik ang level ng MOOE sa kanyang pre-pandemic level. Bakit? Dahil dyan daw kailangang manggaling ang fiscal space para sa capital expenditures o flagship projects ng pamahalaan. Kung ayaw nating lumobo ang deficits at pagkakautang ng bansa. So, sa tingin po ba ng ating chairperson na tama po itong analysis ng IMF na tila naaayon din naman sa 2024 fiscal risk statement ng ating DBCC, Mr. President?
First of all, the IMF agrees with our medium-term fiscal plan. In fact, they think that our economy will grow to 6.2% next year.
investments.
We actually agreed to make our expenses lower in certain sectors so that we can invest more in infrastructure. Also, it's good to take note that our GDP compared to other ASEAN countries is actually quite higher. This year, the highest in the second
Next to Vietnam,
next to Vietnam,
highest.
we're the second highest. And one of the highest actually in the world. And this is at 5.5% this year, which will actually reach about 6% at the end of the year. We're already at 6.1%. So, I mean, syempre, maganda naman ang mga opinion din ng IMF, pero wag din natin mamaliitin yung opinion ng ating mga economic managers na nakikita rin naman nila sa kabuuan yung mga nangyayari dito sa atin at kung paano ito nakakaapekto sa atin. Pero gaya nga ng sinabi ninyo, kami ay sang-ayon na dapat din talaga yung ating mga paggastos ay naayon din sa dun sa
And actually, good sponsor, pati yung analysis ng IMF ay parang hindi rin naman minamaliit yung ating
okay.
DBCC kasi naaayon nga yung analysis nila sa 2024 fiscal risk statement ng DBCC, Mr.
Yes,
President.
Mr. President, if I may just
Mr.
add,
President.
yung binigay ng ating kasama dito, 2023 evaluation ng IMF, in fact, in 2024, in 2023,
Last month, may
la-
bago sila.
last month, meron,
Bago silang,
last month, ang sabi nila,
then this is one of the
oo,
conclusions.
the Philippines has successfully navigated multiple external headwinds in recent years. Growth has been resilient despite elevated commodity prices, weak external demand, and an unprecedented tightening in global monetary conditions. The GNI per capita increased strongly to US 4,230 in 2023, putting the Philippines on track to soon achieve upper middle income country status. The poverty rate, while still high, declined to 15.5%. Following a sharp increase in inflation in 2022, as in other countries, the country promptly adjusted the policy rate and embarked on a gradual fiscal consolidation to bring down debt, with macroeconomic policies well calibrated to achieve a soft landing in the near term. Expanding the economy's growth potential will be pivotal for the medium term outlook. So, as mentioned also by, well, as relayed to me by the Secretary of Finance, it's also important that while we're trying to bring down debt, our focus should be expanding the economy's growth. So that's also in investing in our economy. Yun nga ang sinasabi na aside from education, infrastructure is crucial. And by doing that, we need to really invest, bring out money to fund these projects. Kasi kung lumiliit nga yung utang mo, pero yung growth mo bumabagal, yung growth to GDP mo, yung debt to GDP mo, bababa, pero yung growth mo, hindi naman, hindi umuunlad ang ating mga kababayan kung ang tinitignan lang natin, bayaran natin kaagad itong utang. Kaya nga yung gradual strategy at yung sinasabi nga ng ating kasama dito na dapat nga yung ating paggastos ay naayon sa tamang mga bagay lamang.
Salamat, good sponsor. So sa kabila nung analysis ng IMF team na yon nung December 2023, nasa tingin ko nga ay hindi derogatory eh. At in fact, kumbaga, in a way na predict na ng 2024 fiscal risk statement ng DBCC, ito pong babanggitin ko daw po yata ang kulang pa sa ating MTFF. Hindi nakasulat ang operational plan. Kaya ako kinukulit kanina yung action plans. Hindi nakasulat ang operational plan na susundan ng ating economic managers para lumiit ang MOOE at para lumaki ang budget para sa flagship projects nang hindi pinapalobo ang utang natin. Bukas po ba? Yes, Mr. President?
Sorry, Mr. President. I get your point. You want it in bullet points. Ano talaga yung operational, ano. Pero actually, itong lahat, itong ganitong kakapal na budget, yun yung action plan natin, di ba? Kasi doon natin nakikita saan ginagasta ang pera ng ating saan mga proyekto na pupunta. So, makikita natin na based on the priorities, number 1, education, may pinakamataas na nakalaan dyan. Nakita natin human development ang ating priority. And then, yung next, I believe, is DPWH, yung infrastructure. Nakita rin natin na infrastruktura, pero trabaho rin dahil nakapagbibigay yan ng trabaho sa ating mga kababayan. Nakita rin natin na patuloy ang pagtaas din ng budget halimbawa sa Department of Health, so kalusugan. So yun yung yun yung operational. Doon na pupunta, yun ang prioridad at operations nung ating pamahalaan.
Salamat, good sponsor. Siguro yung hinahanap ko ay yung diin particular dun sa MOOE. Kasi ang follow-up question ko sana ay bukas po ba ang ating chairperson na subukan natin gawing parte ng General Appropriations Act ang mga plano para halimbawa ay limitahan ang MOOE?
Yun naman, lahat naman po yan, pagka napagdebatihan na natin dito sa plenaryo, pwede namang i-propose rin ng ating buting kasama sapagkat kung may mga kasi halimbawa, may kanya-kanyang MOOE ang iba't ibang departamento. So pwede natin masabi na kung sa departamentong ito na nakalodge halimbawa sa Office of the Secretary, hindi naman kailangan na ganyang kalaki, edi bawasan. Oo, bawasan. Hindi naman nakasulat pa ito sa bato ngayon dahil pinagdedebatihan pa natin
Salamat, good sponsor. And in particular po, bukas po ba ang chairperson natin na hikayatin sa pamamagitan ng batas ng General Appropriations Act na ituloy na ng mga ahensya ang devolution transition plans para ang mga local governments ang maghanda ng mas sumalo sa mga MOOE at capital expenditures na kalista naman na sa local government code, Mr. President.
Alam mo, Mr. President, dahil nga dito sa national tax allotment ay napupunuan na ng national government yung talagang dapat mapunta sa mga local government, ng national government, ang dapat mapunta doon sa mga local government. Pero ang katotohanan nito, sa pag-iikot natin, hindi naman talaga pantay lahat ng mga LGU. 'Di ba? May mga LGU na talagang kulang sa pondo, kaya mismo ang ating Pangulong nagsabi na magbibigay din ng additional support dito sa mga ibang LGU na nangangailangan. Yung ibang mga namumuno ng mga LGU nagsasabi minsan na wag muna i-devolve lahat dahil hindi nila kaya i-absorb. Halimbawa, yung ibang mga support sa health. Malaki pa rin ang ambag dyan ng national government. So, pag sinabi natin, ibigay lahat sa LGU, yung appropriations na napupunta sa kanila ay ibinibigay naman talaga. In fact, merong 60 billion new appropriations. New lang ito hindi na ibinibigay na parte dito sa national budget. Pero pag sinasabi mo na kung sinasabi mo yung pera na dapat mapunta sa kanila, napupunta na. Mapupunta na talaga sa kanila yung parte nila at meron pang additional support ang gobyerno. Pero kung ang ibig mong sabihin ay yung operation, gustuhin man natin na yung operation ay 100% na i-devolve sa kanila, yung iba ay nangangapa pa kasi kakaumpisa pa lang itong ruling ng Mandanas Garcia, I believe like 2019 ba? Tapos 2022 yung umpisa ng pagbigay ng obligasyon ng national government sa kanila.
Salamat, good sponsor. Pero actually, yung tanong ko po ay the step before yung pag-release ng pondo sa kanila, yung ituloy na nila yung DTPs, yung Devolution Transition Plans, Mr. President.
Si Presidente to review nakasuspend yung EO17. Ano ba yung EO ng Devolution? 138 nakasuspend.
Kasi para maging handa po silang i-absorb yung mandates sa implementation na kumpletuhin na nila at simulang ipatupad yung mga
Okay.
devolution transition plans.
Sinuspend muna yung EO 138. Ito yung transition plan ng Mandanas Garcia. Yun nga, devolution para dun sa local government units. Pinapa-review ito. Kasi nga, yun nga, yung iba, kaya na nila. Katulad niyan, yung siguro, kayang-kaya na ng ating kasama na maipaabot sa kanilang mga kababayan lahat ng pangangailangan na obligasyon na ibigay ng local government sa kanila. Pero yung iba hindi kaya. So, kailangan tignan, lalong-lalo na yung mga ibang munisipalidad na napakaliliit.
Yun na nga po, Mr. President, good sponsor, suspended yung executive order. Kailan po matatapos yung review? Kasi po, pag natuloy na yung pagsasagawa ng mga DTPs, natuloy na yung aktual na devolution, yung NG, LGU, cost-sharing, co-financing ay bahagi din ng devolution transition plans naman na iyon.
To recover.
Because last, it's over. Because the collection in 22, when he recovered it, but then the years specifically, he would back then, that's it, they said, and what they 2019, what
Yeah.
the last recovery, that's why they didn't
Actually, Mr. President, yung era nila from 2019 until 2025, halos pareho lang. So for the LGU is actually the last to recover from the pandemic and I believe so kasi ang dami rin mga negosyo ang hindi din nakasurvive dun sa mga lugar and yung sa kanila pagka naparalisa ang isang sektor, mas malaki ang impact kasi mas maliit nga yung pinagkukuhanan ng income. So that's why the President has to review it again to make sure that it's responsive given the factors that we were faced in the past years.
Kailan po matatapos yung review ni Presidente?
Tawagan ko.
Tapos na po, nagawa
And that,
na po
hindi tapos na, nagawa na ng NEDA.
executive order.
Sinusulat na lang yung executive order. Para in the interest of time, may we submit to you the
Yes,
recommendation of
please, and
NEDA?
thank you, good chair. Nire-recommenda naman siguro ng NEDA na ituloy na yung DTP at yung devolution, Madam Chair.
Yes.
So pwede po ba yung humabol sa ating pagfa-finalize ng GAA 2025?
Makikita niyo yung recommendation. Ngayon, with regards to the President, syempre hindi naman pa dalos-dalos titingnan din. Hindi naman natin masasabi kung mapipirmahan kaagad ito bago matapos ang ating deliberasyon. Pero more or less, basing it on the recommendation of NEDA, it's also good that it's before the budget is completed.
Exactly.
So you can make your recommendation to NEDA to submit that as an annex to what they're giving the President based on what you're seeing in the GAA proposal.
Will do, Madam Chair. Salamat po. And after all, mayroon tayong mga 7 linggo pa para ma-finalize yung GAA 2025. Baka gustuhin naman ni Presidente sa posibleng encouragement ng DBCC, yun na nga po, na makapagdesisyon sila dito sa rekomendasyon ng NEDA tungkol sa executive order kaugnay ng transition development plans para pwedeng salaminin ng GAA 2025 kung harinawa maging desisyon nilang paborable dyan, Madam Chair. And at the proper time, Madam Chair, ay ihahain ko po ang ilang panukala para sa general provisions na kontrolin ang paglobo ng utang ng bansa.
This is noted. Thank you, Mr. President. We will look forward to it.
Salamat, Madam Chair. At bilang pangwakas na maikling manifestasyon, Mr. President, kailangan po natin ng buffers, kailangan tayong magtipid, kailangan natin ang tulong ng LGUs, and we have to do more with less dahil maraming maaring mangyari bukas makalawa. Maaring wag naman sana pero maari daw bumalik ang COVID, sabi ng fiscal risk statement ng DBCC. As we speak, lumalaki at dumadalas ang mga kalamidad. Pero maaari ding maapektuhan ng teknolohiya ang dating palaki ng palaking kinikitang dolyar ng ating BPO sector. At baka dahil dito ay itaas palalo ng Bangko Sentral ang interest rates para hindi mangyari ang devaluation at ang kakambal nitong pagmahal ng mga imported na bilihin. Mahalaga po na kung pwede naman at kaya naman, gamitin na natin ang general provisions para ang ambisyon natin na lumago ang ekonomiya, dumami ang trabaho, at maging handa tayo sa mga makabagong uri na kalamidad ay magagawa natin nang hindi lumolobo ang utang ng bansa. Maraming salamat, good sponsor, at Mr. President. Yun lamang po ang mga tanong ko para sa DBCC.
Thank you, Mr. President. We appreciate all the inputs of our colleague, Senator Risa. In fact, I know for a fact that she has the good interests of our country at heart. So we will endeavor to include all of her recommendations, although, of course, all of this is also dependent on the decision of the body as a whole. But we will give you the submissions we promised, Senator Risa. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you,
Bef-
Senator Grace, Majority
Be-
Leader.
Before we go to the next interpellation, can we have a health break for a moment? I think it's always good to stretch out a little.
I just arrived. Okay.
1 minute suspension.
Suspended.
No, no. I, I know. Okay, whatever.
Mr. President, next to interpolate would be the Honorable Nancy Binay, the next interpolator.
The next mayor of Makati is recognized, Senator Binay. Ayaw po sabihin eh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, sa taong pong ito, pinadama sa atin ang impact ng extreme weather conditions na dulot ng climate change. Malawakang pagbaha ang dinulot ng 11 bagyo na tumama sa atin sa taong ito. Kasama na pa po dito yung mga monsoon rains. Base sa situation reports ng NDRRMC, mahigit 5 milyong pamilya ang naapektuhan ng mga bagyo sa taong ito at 248,991 na bahay naman ang mga nasira. Umaabot po sa 14 billion ang damage sa ating agrikultura at halos 17 billion sa infrastructure. Under the current year, the total available appropriations for the NDRRM fund is 22.735 billion. Of the amount, 82% or 18.814 billion ang na-release na. As of September, 3.921 billion na lang ang nasa DPM. Mr. President, maaari po bang magbigay ng update tungkol sa mga pinondohan ng more or less 18 billion na NDRRM fund sa kasalukuyang taon?
Can we have a minute suspension while we get the pertinent figures?
Session suspended for a minute.
Mr. President, pwede natin isa-isahin, pero pwede din tayo magbigay ng examples, tapos may we submit the rest for the perusal of our next mayor in Makati.
Yes, Mr. President.
Sa DSWD, to cover the replenishment of fiscal year 2024 quick response, nasa 875 million. Tapos, so merong replenishment category. Tapos, meron din to cover the funding requirements for the implementation of various calamity-related projects in the province of Cagayan, Typhoon Egay, which were damaged in 2023, 408 million. Rehabilitation, tapos meron naman sa Typhoon Paeng, unrest of Mayon volcano, in April 1, 2024, nag-release ng 1.3 billion. Tapos meron din sa Typhoon Dodong naman sa Tarlac, 861 million. I'm just picking certain areas. Oriental Mindoro, affected by low pressure area, 458 million, and so on and so forth. This is actually, Mr. President, about 19 pages long. So may we submit, or if there's a particular area that our colleague from Makati would like to verify, we can do that too.
Mr. President, okay po na bigyan na lang po tayo ng kopya. But Mr. President, lumalabas po na meron pa pala tayong ginagastusan during the previous years under this fund.
2 years prior kasi yung continuing appropriations rin.
Yeah. So, do you have a data for this year's calamity lang?
For this year
Magkano
alone.
yung nagamit out of the 18 billion? And siguro, Mr. President, baka meron kayong updated amount? Kasi ito as of September. Meron na ho ba kayo as of October? And what is the amount as of October?
Actually, Mr. President, Mahirap lang himay-himayin ngayon, no? Kasi magkakasama lahat dun sa figure na 18 billion. But we can submit that or we can go to the next questions if
Or-
there is.
Kahit a percentage lang siguro out of the 18 billion, how much has been spent?
May we ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended for a minute.
Mr. President, sa ngayon, ang na-release na for this year alone, kasi meron yung mga parang 2 billion yung continuing appropriations. Ibig sabihin, those are for the last calamities. It's about
Maraming mga QRF is 11 points. Saan nagkabit sa mga?
Oo, hindi ko bilhin na 14. 14.7 billion for this year.
So, Mr. President, yung 14 billion po for this year's calamity or
For this year's calamity, kasi yung dun sa nabanggit initially 18 billion ba yon? 18 billion, no?
Yes.
So sa 18 billion, parang around 2 billion is continuing appropriation.
Yes.
So we're assuming that's from past years' calamities. Pero yung 15 billion, yun yung for this year lang. Na the quick response. So nagastos dun sa 18 billion, 15 billion for this year.
14 billion for
15 billion,
15 billion
for
for
this year.
So for Christine and Leon, yung bagong bagyo, meron na hubang nakuha from this fund?
Yes, meron tayo QR
Anong cue?
with quick response ka.
Meron nang nakuha, pero puro QRF or quick response fund.
And
So,
I guess augmentation ho to sa QRF. Magkano ho yung naging augmentation? And siguro, Mr. President, magkano ho ba yung QRF fund for next year?
mga 2 billion.
That's 1 billion. Na-equate sa
Around 3 billion, Mr. President, kasi 2 billion coming from DSWD, kasi nga yun yung agarang
Yes.
pagtulong, at about 1 billion from DPWH for the immediate repairs of roads and bridges.
Okay. So out of the 15 billion, how much was for QRF?
Lahat, yung 15 billion, lahat yun quick response. So, mga 11 billion ang galing dun sa replenishment nung...
Okay. So, Mr. President, wala ho tayong for yung recovery portion. Kasi 'di ba meron naman talaga mga programa na hindi kumbaga kailangan ng quick response fund but more of a long-term solution dun sa problema. For example, yung pagbaha or yung mga nasirang
Wala pa yung like
kalsada or tulay. Hindi naman ho ata kinukuha sa QRF.
OCD. Subsidies.
Okay, yung long-term rehabilitation, for example, yung na-quote ko nga na 2 billion for past calamities, yun pa lang muna. Para sa taon na to, yung long-term rehabilitation, dadaan pa sa OCD or Office of Civil Defense. So makikita pa natin yun reflected dun sa continuing siguro for the coming years. Kung may continuing funds for that.
But siguro, Mr. President, based on experience, lagi ho bang kulang itong NDRRM fund? Kasi
Diba ang program?
for the past years, lagi ho ang nasa NEP ay 31 billion, pero binababa ho, pagdating sa General Appropriations Bill, nagiging 21.5 billion na lamang siya. And halos 5 years na po na napako siya sa 20 billion. Siguro, ano ho ba yung naging basihan for the 31 billion under the NEP?
Sa ngayon,
39. Always 39. As na ba?
ano yun, 21 per one.
Yeah.
Net, ano yun, 31 ang net per one.
NDRRM.
For this coming year, 31 billion. Palaging 31 billion yung sa NEP natin.
Yeah.
Kasi ngayon, parang 200 million na lang yung natitira
Yeah.
for this year.
Yes, Mr. President, 31 billion yung NEP, pero based on, well, 5 years na po, napapako na siya sa 20 billion pagdating sa General Appropriations Bill. Tama po ba?
Tama.
Yes.
Mga 20, oh.
And sapat na po ba yung 21 billion?
Pwede naman dagdagan.
This year.
Nung
This year po.
previous years,
Kasi may continuing.
okay lang kasi meron parang continuing appropriations na 2 billion for this year na galing from last time. So ngayon, hindi na talaga. 200 na lang yung natitira. So kailangan,
So for this year, wala nang continuing
200 million na lang.
200 million
So
na
kailangan
lang.
natin dagdagan at least. Kung dati ang continuing may 2 billion, siguro at least additional 2 billion dun sa traditionally na ilalagay natin sa GAA.
And Mr. President, siguro it's also safe to assume dahil itong bagyong Christine na talagang ang laki nung pinsala na nagawa niya, hindi ito na program sa budget kasi nga nangyari just a month ago, di ba? So, siguro, ano yung plano ngayon para dun sa recovery and rehabilitation netong mga tinamaan ng Christine at Leon, and hopefully, meron pa tayong more or less 1.5 months na hindi ho natin alam. Well, in fact, may padating nga ngayon na bagyo kung paano maa-address yung recovery and rehabilitation netong mga naapektuhan ng disaster for next year.
Charge next year's budget.
Yung recovery and rehabilitation can be charged to next year's NDRM budget. Pero siguro I also share the concern of my colleague na because nga as opposed to past years, this year ang carry over na lang about 200 million, baka kailangan natin dagdagan ang budget ng NDRM compared to what was given in the past. Kasi nga, as you mentioned, Mr. President, hindi taken into account while the budget was being drafted, recent scale of devastation that was experienced recently.
And siguro, Mr. President,
Type.
iba yung NDRRM fund, bahagi din ito yung pre-disaster activities. Kasama ba dito yung pag-procure ng mga equipments? For example, yung mga helicopters na multi-use na kayang mag-rescue yung mga nandun sa ibabaw ng mga bubong ng bahay nila na alam natin, for example, yung ating minority floor leader sa Marikina, parang ilang beses na nangyayari sa kanila. Kasama ba yun dun sa ginagastusan as part of the pre-disaster activities ng NDRRM fund?
Usually pag mga ganon, kasama na yun sa regular budget kasi maybe that's lodged. I mean, I'm just assuming it's probably lodged in mga AFP or the Coast Guard or even the PNP or Office of Civil Defense kasi yun nga, pagdating na sa mga helicopter, may mga ibang specified requirements that it also can be used in other operations. So para makatipid, hindi lang naman NDRRM, pwede rin for national security purposes.
Yeah, parang ano siya, Mr. President, siguro mas maganda yung pag-procure natin ng equipments under ng DND, yung multi-use na, yung pwede siya for defense, pwede siya for rescue efforts. May ganun ho bang, kumbagang multi-use pagbili dun sa mga equipments
I think
for next year?
meron naman, I think, kasi pagdating naman sa mga AFP, ginagamit din naman natin or yung o kaya ng Coast Guard, yung mga gamit nila pag nagkakaroon ng emergency, lalo na yung sa mga baha, nagkakaroon ng search and rescue operations, tumutulong naman din yung Office of Civil Defense. So, meron talagang multi-use factor. Pwede rin mag-donate siguro yung mga malalaking syudad para sa search para sa mga equipment na gano'n.
Yeah, yun lang siguro, Mr. President, na alam naman po natin na yung problema ng climate change, kumbaga, palala yung problema natin sa disaster. And siguro at the proper time, our chairperson would find additional funding pagdating dito sa disaster preparedness. And pagdating din ho sa recovery and rehabilitation, lalong-lalo na ng mga naapektuhan ho ng bagyong Christine. Yun lang po, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank our colleague from the city of Makati. We look forward to her leadership, even outside the Senate. But I would also like to manifest my agreement that we also have to put some contingency funding for the NDRRMM because of the recent low reserves that they have, which is already 200 million. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray, Senator Nancy. Yes, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, next to interpret our sponsor is Senator Joel Villanueva. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Villanueva is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Some of my questions were already raised, and so I would be doing my best to expedite the deliberation of the budget. And let me put into the records that this representation had been very supportive since time immemorial of the national budget. But there are some issues that we would like to again raise in this August chamber, as we have been consistently raising some of these issues, Mr. President. I will no longer touch on the national debt. I will start by asking one of the closest issue to this representation. Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, since 2017, we have been raising the issue of unfilled positions in government and the increasing number of job orders, contract of service workers in government. Bilang alam po natin na pinakamalaking employer sa bansa ay ang pamahalaan. Mr. President, may I just put into the records that according to the 2025 staffing summary, the total number of permanent positions for fiscal year 2025 is 2,017,380, of which 1,848,648, or 91.6% positions are filled, and 168,732 items, or 8.4% from the total number of positions available, are unfilled. And in contrast, Mr. President, the unfilled positions constitute 8.54% of the total number of permanent positions. So kung titignan niyo po, Mr. President, yung the past 5 years na kung saan ay yung mga unfilled positions ay napifill upan ng pamahalaan, ito hong nakaraang taon, 0.1% lang. In fact, we have been saying this for quite some time. 1 out of 10 positions in government are still unfilled. So may we know, Mr. President, kung meron man nagbago, baka pwedeng ma-update po ang representasyon na ito at makita naman ho natin kasi kung 0.1% lang yung nangyari sa issue ng unfilled position, parang nabaliwala naman ho yata na since 2017 nire-raise natin ito. And I think the good chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance would attest to this representation's advocacy in raising and pointing this out with the workers in government. Mr. President, thank you.
Yes, Mr. President, I know that our good colleague from the great province of Bulacan has always had this advocacy for workers and trying to eliminate the permanent job order status. I know that the requirements really, there has been executive orders that you cannot, there are certain criterias. You can hire for seasonal employment. For example, let's say when you're building roads, you need more workers. You can also hire for specific expertise for consultants. But in other concerns, in the general provisions of the guide stipulates that the heads of department and bureau offices and instrumentalities under executive branch shall adopt an institutional strengthening measures to enhance the productivity and improve service of delivery. So agencies are also encouraged to appoint the respective qualified COS and JO workers to the vacant positions of the agency. The hiring of contractual positions shall be subject to the CSC rules and regulations. Currently, the DBM is preparing a draft circular calling for the submission of roadmaps, action plans by the different departments, agencies with regards to their respective positions that have been unfilled in the past 5 years. To clarify, those positions that have been vacant for the past 5 years will not be automatically abolished. Instead, said circular to be issued will stipulate the procedural guidelines on how its implementation, which will include, among others, the review to be conducted by departments, agencies of their organizational structure and existing positions in order for them to determine the necessary modifications to be included in their respective roadmaps. So agencies that fail to submit the roadmap, action plan, and report prescribed deadline will be subject to a mandatory position audit.
Yes, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, and I appreciate the answers given to us by our chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance. Mr. President, I'll go later on the issue of job orders and contract of service. In fact, in the committee hearings, We asked for the submission of these documents. In fact, we were able to get the documents submitted by DBM, documents coming from different agencies of the government. While I'm still on the issue of unfilled and filled positions, may I just ask perhaps one last time, Mr. President, how many unfilled positions are still available in the government sector, Mr. President? To date, probably the latest figures that we have, do we still have 168,000?
Yes,
So
168.
168,732 items, still the figures that we are looking at. Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleague. Mr. President, let me also find out the status requests of various agencies for reorganization and reclassification of positions. I'd like to raise this question because even during the time, Mr. President, that I was at the helm of Technical Education Skills Development Authority, we have had several instances that a government employee has been contract of service or job order for 8 years, Mr. President, 9 years, or even 10 years, Mr. President. We asked the different agencies of the government, and later on I would show a slide that talks about as to how many job orders and contract of service we have, Mr. President. Perhaps we can show the data right now, because looking at the figures, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, it has been perennially increasing, Mr. President. Unfortunately, despite the fact that almost every year, in every committee hearings, plenary deliberations, we have been raising this particular issue. For example, in 2021, from 449,000 job orders, naging 493,000 noong 2022. Noong 2023, naging 586,551. At ngayon pong taon, lumobo na po ng 676,893. Now, if you look at the contract of service, ganun din po, Mr. President. From 132,000 in 2021 to 148,000 the year after, 2023, 246,000. And ngayon nga po, 262,878. Mr. President, the records will bail me out. When I started this advocacy, Mr. President, it was only 500,000 total number of job orders and contract of service. Now it's 939,771. In this very august chamber, in this Senate, Mr. President, we passed the ending endo bill, and we still have Senator Recto, now our Secretary of the Department of Finance. We worked double time in passing this ending endo bill. And unfortunately, this representation who principally authored and sponsored the measure just found out in an ABS-CBN ticker that it was vetoed by the President, Mr. President. And every time we talk about ending endo in the private sector, the private companies would always tell us that the number one violator of endo or yung ending contract is the national government. So how can we encourage the private sector to follow suit if you're looking at the numbers and numbers don't lie? Again, from 653,000 in 2020, lumobo na po ito to 939,771. So again, Your Honor, Mr. President, my question is, what is now the status of the request of various agencies for reorganization and reclassification of positions? Because I'm fully aware, Mr. President, even during my time, Mr. President, yung item po for a lawyer in TESDA is not anymore commensurate to a lawyer who would actually apply for that particular position. So we're aware of that, Mr. President, and I'm just here to help out the different agencies of the government and to at least, Mr. President, again, I sound like a broken record, do something about this worsening problem of endo in the government sector. Thank you.
Mr. President, I share the concern of our colleague from Bulacan. In fact, the LGUs have the highest number of job order workers. Now, a lot of it kasi, also political consideration. I mean, this is the truth. You want to give people jobs, so, but then they don't fulfill the plantilla requirement, and also maybe the local government does not have that much in reserves to be able to guarantee all their benefits. So they're given, in short, gumagawa sila na siguro sariling tupad program nila. Okay? So they're all listed as job orders. Number two, you are correct, Mr. President, that the requirements also are so difficult to fulfill. For the very high qualification expectation, sometimes the line item or the salary is not commensurate. So the right sizing bill will really help so that it will also prompt us to evaluate all of these plantilla requirements that we are sending out. And also, remember, with the Build Better More project, we are also hiring more seasonal workers and more short-term project workers. And it could have added also to the data. It's not an excuse. Whether or not it's a high or low number, we should really endeavor to make sure that there are more permanent positions if the government can afford to absorb them.
Yeah. Mr. President, I will go later in that particular topic of categories when you talk about employment status of our kababayans, especially in government. Mr. President, may I just find out if there are requests from various agencies to reorganize and reclassify their positions lodged in perhaps DBM, if I'm not mistaken. Is that it? So,
Meron.
what's now the status, Mr. President, of this request? Because I feel that this would also help in filling up the unfilled positions, and at the same time to lower the ballooning number of job orders and contract of service. Do we have a timeline, for instance, or how many?
Or reclassification. Patay na. DPWH, EPI, NBSWD.
Mr. President, it depends on the department. Those that have submitted so far and were approved by the DBM is DSWD. No surprise there. They have a very good secretary. And DTI and DPWH.
Yeah, I'm glad that DTI, DPWH, and DSWD were mentioned, Mr. President, because I would agree with the statements made by our distinguished chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance. Ang talagang mas malaking portion ng job order at contract of service ay nandun sa mga local government units. But if you look at the national government status, Mr. President, of its workers, if we can show this slide, the number of job orders and contract of service workers versus number of career or non-career personnel, makikita nyo po dito yung sa DPWH, ngayon po may 41,227 na job order at contract of service. Sa Department of Agriculture, meron pong 5,407. Sa Department of Science and Technology, 1,209. DTI, 2,141. DSWD, 22,412. So, hindi din po siguro tama na sabihin na LGU lang ang violator ng ending endo. Because if you look at these figures, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, malaki po yung numero ng ating mga kababayan na nabigyan ng trabaho, and some of them unfortunately have been in the different agencies and departments of this government na hanggang ngayon, job order at contract of service. That's why we wanted to find out, Mr. President, for instance, in the DPWH, tanungin natin, sino ba yung mga JOs and the contract of service? Sasabihin po, yung mga gumagawa ng roads, yung gumagawa ng bridges, naghahalo ng semento, etc. Eh di ho ba, Mr. President, and I wanted to ask this question, policy naman ng gobyerno na mag-hire on a regular basis dahil ang DPWH, expected naman po sila talaga na gumawa ng roads, mag-maintain ng roads and bridges. Hindi po ba, Mr. President?
Mr. President, pag in-add mo naman lahat yan, no, dun sa total na 900,000,
Yes.
maliit nga yung, marami, pero yun nga, makikita mo talaga na yung bulk LGU. Hindi naman natin sinasabi LGU lang ang may problema. Totoo po na kailangan sa DPWH ang mga nagme-maintain ng karsada, ganyan. Pero alam naman natin na ang nangyayari ay pag may malaking proyekto, doon talaga dagsaan ang mga ilalagay ng mga tao. Now, you cannot hire them permanently because when you do the maintenance, it's better to hire from the local DPWH office kasi nandun na sila. Ibig na itatransport sila sa iba't ibang lugar. So it's really very limited once you already construct the infrastructure project. That's why it balloons to that much and then later on it contracts. So the total actually for those departments is about 72,398 of the total job orders and contract of service workers for the national government, 72,000 out of 900,000.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also agree that the bulk of JOs and the contract of service nandun po sa LGUs, but we feel na it is important that the national government would do something in helping our job orders and contract of service workers qualified for appointment to regular positions, considering that right now, as mentioned earlier, there are 168,732 items that are still unfilled. So I hope that we're clear on that and that the national government, especially our friends from the economic team would look into this if we wanted to really take this seriously as a worsening problem, Mr. President. Thank you.
Kamusta? Nahanap ka?
Let me go to another topic, Mr. President, and this is the issue on labor force survey and general labor market governance. Mr. President, I commend the administration for getting a very good figure. Itong huling lumabas na unemployment rate po natin na 3.7%. So right now, there are only 1.89 million Filipinos who are unemployed. According to the report, 3.7% from 4.5% in September of 2023 and August 2024, which is a 4%, no? 3.7% na lang po ang unemployment natin. 49.9 million Filipinos are employed. Ngunit gusto ko lang pong pagtuunan ng pansin kung ito po ay masasabi natin na legitimate and at the same time figures that we are actually acknowledging and sumasang-ayon po tayo, especially yung ating mga economic managers, or perhaps we should look into this in a perhaps more realistic metric of accounting for the number of employed and unemployed persons, or perhaps adding additional metrics, since the international definition does not correspond to the realities on the ground. Would the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance agree with this? Because if you look at the PSA labor force survey, which uses the International Labor Organization definition of employed persons, according to the ILO, for operational purposes to identify persons employed in a short reference period, a criterion of 1 hour of work, 1 hour of work for pay or profit is used. So ibig sabihin, this 1 hour criterion ensures that all types of jobs, including part-time, temporary, casual, are taken into account in employment statistics to support the monitoring of the working conditions of all employed persons. So, hindi ko po alam, no? I'm not an expert. I wanted to look for a better metric system or some kind of additional metrics that we can actually use in order to support ito pong ating ginagamit. Because later on, I would show you something na hindi po, what do you call this, hindi po consistent. May ginagamit na ILO standards, meron din po hindi ginagamit na ILO standards, Mr. President.
Ito ba, yung unemployment sa under-employed. Pero i-report yung natin lahat yung average work hours per week or at least 1 hour. Definition. If now we didn't use it 1 hour, the average hours per day is 14, which is 15 hours.
Mr. President, I understand. Although technically, if you're employed by 1 hour, you'd say that you're employed. But there are other metrics also used. For example, underemployment, how much they are actually receiving. Is it commensurate for the work that they do, the number of hours that they have, and also the majority anyway of the employed is that the 40-hour week that we have, there may be some that have, or maybe a portion, I don't know exactly the percentage of 11% are actually underemployed of the given. So it could either be lesser hours, lesser pay, lesser benefits than the standard.
So let me be clarified, Your Honor, Mr. President. The 49.9 million employed in the latest statistics report means that all of these 49.9 million had a 1 hour job. Is that a correct statement?
At least.
At least. So yeah, and I can see and hear the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance a bit not comfortable we're not so proud to say that yes, we have 49.9 million employed Filipinos. And now let me go to another.
But Mr. President, I don't want also to be misunderstood. It may be that there are a few of them that actually have the minimum number of hours, not the usual 40 hours. But I don't think 1 million is the 1 hour. The average is still 40 hours. So you'd say that
average.
it's still the average. So sabihin na natin kung ilan man yung employed, at least more than half are actually doing the number of hours that are standard. Now, baka naman meron dyan 1 hour lang nagtatrabaho pero 40 hours ang bayad. I'm just kidding. 0.08% ang 1 hour.
0.08% of the 49.9 million.
Of the 49.9
That's a better way of interpreting the employed. I wanted to share this data, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, because according to the ILO guidebook, which we are also following in our methodology in looking at the figures that PSA is actually using. In the guidebook for designing innovative public employment programs, there are different kinds of unemployment, no? And let me put this into the records. One, cyclical, refers to situation where the number of job seekers is more than the available jobs at the prevailing wage rate. Another is structural. Structural unemployment refers to situation where there is a mismatch between jobs offered and the jobs needed caused by disparity between skills level, geographical location, sectoral shifts in production pattern of a country, and others. Third is frictional. Frictional unemployment referred to as transitory unemployment. It indicates those unemployed who are transitioning between jobs. Now, there's long-term. Long-term unemployment, ito naman yung nire-refer to those who are unemployed for a longer period. Typically, unemployed siya for a longer period, typically for more than 6 months. And then you have specific. Refers to easily identifiable groups. Ito ba ay parte ng kababaihan, kabataan, or racial group in society that suffered disproportionately from unemployment. May we know if this is also being used by our friends from PCA when coming up with this report, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, according to the NEDA Secretary, there is really a report based on gender, age group, demographic, etc.
If
by
that's-
industry and by region as well.
So if they are using this, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, so if we're talking about 1.89 million unemployed Filipinos, may we know the breakdown of the 1.89 million? Ilan po dito yung frictional, structural, cyclical, long-term, at specific? Or perhaps siguro kahit isa-dalawa lang po dito sa data na ito para lang po makita po natin. Kasi tinanong ko po yung katanungan na yan sapagkat naobserbahan din po natin, Ginoong Pangulo, tuwing pumasok ang bare months, halos nawawala, bumababa itong unemployment natin. Taon-taon po yan, pag pumasok na yung bare months, no? Specifically dito sa NCR. Pagdating naman po ng mga summertime doon sa mga beaches, yan, tumataas din po. No? So, seasonal po sila. And I'm asking this question so as legislators, we can find ways and means to help out ang ating pamahalaan para ma-project natin at ngayon po budget season, madala natin yung tamang pondo dun sa mga sektor na nangangailangan po nito.
Yes, Mr. President, there is a data for that. I believe it will answer most of the questions of the gentleman from Bulacan, and the NEDA will be submitting that to our good colleague if he will agree that instead of reading it right now.
Okay. I will wait for that, Mr. President. I don't have problems with that. Mr. President, siguro yung tanong ko na lang din, Mr. President, as main sponsor and author of Trabaho para sa Bayan Plan, I can see my good friend here from NEDA, Secretary Balisacan. Yung pong following the conduct of consultations for the crafting of the Trabaho para sa Bayan Plan, may we know, Mr. President, kung part of that report would include itong mga binabanggit at napag-uusapan natin. Example, Mr. President, yung trends being observed by our economic managers in the past labor force surveys in terms of jobs, considering the increase from the regular 9 to 5 jobs to more alternative working arrangements. At kaya po dito sa Senado, sa Senate Committee on Labor, we have been talking of coming up, if not add more different working arrangements, Mr. President. And that led to the passage of, if you recall, Mr. President, the passage of Telecommuting Act or the Work from Home Act, Mr. President.
The Trabaho para sa Bayan Plan will be completed by the end of this month, end of this year.
And that the Trabaho para sa Bayan Plan will
Which you
be...
co-authored, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, proudly will be available at the end of this year.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. And one last thing about the NED report, I was able to browsed the statements issued by NEDA, that the government would continue implementing supply and demand side interventions to achieve quality employment targets under the Philippine Development Plan. May we know, Mr. President, before I leave this topic, what kind of interventions will be implemented to improve the job quality and the incomes of Filipino workers? As mentioned a while ago, nandyan yung seasonal, nandyan yung mga problema natin pagkatapos na ng Pasko, bumabalik na at tumataas muli yung unemployment, yung mga trabaho na hindi supisyente para buhayin ang isang pamilya at kung paano natin masisiguro na makalikha pa tayo ng mga dekalidad na trabaho, Mr. President.
Actually, Mr. President, that's also in line with what our Secretary of Finance have mentioned earlier. A lot of investments for our economy to grow. That's why by creating more jobs, actually, kung napapansin niyo, actually quality engineers or even construction workers are difficult to come by with all of the building progress that is happening. So more demand for workers will actually make it more lucrative for them because to be able to win those workers to work for you, you'd actually have to compensate them better. Kaya nga pinapalitan rin natin yung mga government requirements sa plantilla kasi nga hindi na tayo makakuha unless we become more competitive. So that's one. Number two is also human development. So katulad nga ng ginawa ng ating masipag na senator from Bulacan, itong mga skills training and initiatives ay hindi lamang isinasa batas kung hindi binibigyan pa ng pondo para nga yung ating mga kababayan mas maging magaling sila sa kanilang bokasyon at mas makakuha sila ng sweldong nararapat para dun sa kanilang nalalaman. So dalawang factors yan, investments, jobs creation, and also human development.
Salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo. Salamat din sa ating chairperson ng Senate Committee on Finance na nag-approve ng mga karagdagang pondo na ating inilagay doon po sa Skills Development Authority ng ating bansa. And I cannot agree more, Mr. President, na napakahalaga na tignan natin na hindi lang yung investments, kung hindi yung financial investments, kundi yung human resources investments para masiguro natin na ready din po tayo, lalo na ngayon po ay nandyan na yung artificial intelligence. Just recently, I was in Singapore. I saw yung robot na si Ella, na kapwa ko barista. She can do 200 cups of coffee in an hour. And just recently, I was also told that Robot Ella is already in SM Mega Mall. So kung hindi tayo naghahanda dito sa mga ganitong initiatives na nangyayari sa ating kapaligiran, mahirap po makipagsabayan. In South Korea, they're already taxing their robots. In Saudi Arabia, what's her name? There's the first Saudi Arabian citizen robot, si Sophia, robot Sophia. Ganun din sa mga Amazon warehouses, yung Kiva robots nila, yun na yung ginagamit nila. And that's why I feel, Mr. President, that it's important na we invest in our human resources dahil yan ang tunay na yaman ng mga Pilipino. Even abroad, talagang hinahanap yung mga Filipino workers. Let me go to my last topic, Mr. President. We'd like to find out about the infrastructure programs of the administration. I've been listening attentively to the statements being answered by our distinguished colleague, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance, na ang sentro ng ating pamahalaan ay to build more, yung paggamit at paggasta natin nakalaan sa mga infrastructure projects natin. And tayo po dito sa Senado, nag-hearing po tayo ilang beses, lalong-lalo na nung nagkaroon ng matinding pagbaha. Hindi lamang sa Bulacan, kundi sa ibang parte ng ating bansa. Mr. President, I have been saying this for quite some time na ang budget ng ating pamahalaan for flood control alone, kasama ang DPWH, MMDA, Climate Change Commission, DENR, etc., ay tumataginting na 1,444,000,000 a day. So, gusto nating mai-check at malaman kung saan ba ito napupunta. Noong pong nagkaroon ng pagdinig, ang committee ni Senator Bong Revilla, napag-alaman po natin mismo sa ating secretary ng Department of Public Works and Highways, and I will go to this later on. Merong 74 infrastructure flagship projects according to DPWH. Ito rin po yung nasa NEDA. 13 of them were tagged as water resources projects and have indications that they are used for flood control and mitigation. Pero tinitingnan ko po itong mga big ticket items, no, Mr. President, especially itong mga foreign assisted projects. Again, during our hearing dito sa Senado, it was highlighted that we need foreign assisted projects because they are the big ticket items that contribute to long-term flood mitigation. Yun po yung lumabas doon sa pagdinig. An example would be the Metro Manila Flood Control Project funded by the World Bank. Pero kung titingnan po natin itong mga foreign assisted projects budget ng DPWH, ang lumabas po doon sa pagdinig, napakaliit o mas maliit ito kumpara sa small ticket projects. Kaya ang lumabas nga po doon sa pagdinig, patsi-patsi yung mga proyekto. Patsi-patsi yung naging project. And Senator Amy Marcos would also attest to this because she was there during that hearing. Why don't we invest, Mr. President, more in big ticket flood control projects? Kasi yun po yung lumabas nitong pagdinig, no? Lumabas po na for the past 3 years, we spent over 500 billion pesos for the flood control program, but we only allocated 25 billion for the foreign assisted programs. Now, in 2024, FAPs are in the unprogrammed, Mr. President, itong 2024. So, in the last 3 years, I'm looking at the data, we have only allocated 3.8 billion for the foreign assisted projects, which represents only 0.7% of the total flood management program of the DPWH. Kaya, masakit to isipin, Mr. President, especially coming from a province like Bulacan, na taon-taon ho, binabanggit ho natin, ito yung flood control project, ito yung napupunta sa aming rehiyon, yun nga pong nakaraan doon sa Bicol region, mismo ang ating Senate President wanted to look into this because the past 2 years ay 60 billion plus yung naka-lodge doon sa flood control projects. Pero pag tinignan po natin at gaya nung nakaraang pagdinig sa DPWH, sinasabi po nila yung mga small items ang napagbigyan, hindi yung big items. Again, Mr. President, it only represents 0.7% of the total flood management program ng DPWH, yung foreign assisted itong FMPs, Mr. President, ng DPWH, Mr. President, doon sa foreign assisted project. So, may we know, Mr. President, why we are not investing more in big ticket flood control projects na makikita natin talaga yung pong prutas ng ating labor at investment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Actually, I agree. There should really be a national plan as to the all these waterways and general engineering projects. We just approved yesterday 2 major projects for the flooding control, and that's in Marikina.
57 billion.
57 billion itong sa Marikina, and Cavite 30 billion.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, in Cavite and Marikina. with yung Las Piñas daw, wala?
JICA funded.
Yung Cavite, Mr. President, how much? And sa Marikina, sorry.
Marikina 60 billion, 30 billion, and then in Cavite magkano? Cavite 20 billion. 20.
There's an existing
Okay.
project, but we are adding 27 billion to address the issue of resilient.
Okay, so there are existing projects in Cavite, but we're adding 27 billion more for flood mitigation. Hindi kaya magkagulo yung mga ibang
It's to improve the design.
to improve the design. Okay, so this is the JICA project. This is for Cavite. Now in Marikina, additional din yan.
25 billion additional.
Mr. President,
25 billion additional sa Marikina.
I'm willing to wait for the total number of projects that have been approved recently, plus the figures. I'm more than willing to wait for it, Mr. President. My only point, Mr. President, is that if you look at this figure, Mr. President, 0.7% lang ng ginagastos natin na 1.44 billion pesos a day ang napupunta doon sa foreign assisted project na kinukonsider natin na big item projects, Mr. President. Mr. President, let me go to another issue on multipurpose water infrastructure. As I mentioned a while ago, the DPWH has 74 infrastructure flagship projects according to the NEDA. Yun po yung ni-report sa atin.
Actually, Mr. President, just a correction, it's 186 flagship projects.
186. No, but these are water infrastructure.
Water
Yung sa
structures,
74.
okay,
Opo.
74.
And 13 of this, 13 lang yung sa water resources projects, if I'm not mistaken, and have indications that they are used for flood control and mitigation. If I'm correct, Mr. President, please correct me if I'm wrong. That's correct, right? 13 of these are tagged as water resources. Karamihan po sa mga ito, Mr. President, may connection sa flood mitigation o flood control. May we know, Mr. President, alin sa mga proyektong ito ang may iba pang gamit kagaya po ng irigasyon, kuryente, industrial at iba pa, Mr. President, mula po dito sa 13 water resources projects?
Power.
Yeah.
Irrigation, power, industrial.
Actually, the one in Iloilo, always
Halur.
yeah, the great province of Iloilo. Multi-purpose po yan, yung dam nila.
Nautusan po ako ng principal. Hingi daw lang po ako ng report at bigyan ko ng kopya ang bawat isa. So, if that
okay.
is possible.
Of course. So yun nga, yung example nga doon, yung dam doon, for irrigation, for power, di ba? So, at saka water supply for households.
Sige po, para mas mapadali, hintayin na lang po namin, Mr. President. Ayan po yung ang gusto ho sana nating malaman, Mr. President, from this list na 13, ilan po dito yung mayroong component ng may iba pang gamit gaya po ng irigasyon, kuryente, industrial at iba pa mula po dito sa 13 na ito. And I will give a copy to our principal, Senator Villar.
Thank you.
Siguro yun na lang po yung ihintayin ko po, no, yung ilan dito sa mga proyekto yung may iba pa pong gamit. One last thing, Mr. President, gusto kong itanong, Mr. President, kasi pinag-usapan po natin yung flood foreign assisted projects. Inisa-isa ko yung mga saro nitong mga nakaraang araw Parang 800 pages po yun, Mr. President. At napag-alaman ko po, for example, ito po sa flood mitigation related FAPs na pinondohan under the unprogrammed funds. Gusto natin malaman ano yung details nitong mga foreign assisted projects that have been allotted additional funds under the latest Special Allotment Release Order or SARO for DPWH. Kasi if I may show you a slide, Mr. President, ito po yung narilisan ng unprogrammed funds no dito sa ating mga flood foreign assisted projects. So makita po natin dyan, for example, nung June 6, yung SARO BMBA 24004246. Yan po, June 6 of 2024. Nakalagay po dyan, to cover the first and second quarter GOP counterpart requirements of the Panay Guimaras Negros Island Bridges project. Yung SARO BMBA 2400148004 as of September 17, 2024, 201 million. Kinover po niya yung loan proceeds requirement for the implementation of the Metro Manila Bridges Project, ADB loan po ito. At yung September 17, 2024, sa nagkakalagang 153.436 million, SARO number BMBA 2400148002 ay kino-cover naman po nito yung third and fourth quarter na GOP counterpart requirements ng Panay Island Bridges Project. Ito pong dalawa na nasa itaas at nasa ibaba, 10 billion po at 11 billion. Pero dito po, wala hong nakalagay. Ang nakalagay lang po to cover the first and second quarter counterpart requirements of various foreign assisted projects. Saan po ito, Mr. President? At ano yung description to? Bakit wala po dito, Mr. President?
That's a very good question. Even I'm curious. Let me wait for the explanation of the DBM.
Sorry.
Lumabas na din.
Nakuha niyo yung SARO number, di sinip niyo.
Can we just submit that also to the here?
Yeah, Mr. President, I don't mind na may submit, Mr. President, but may we just be enlightened whether or not these funds that were released under unprogrammed funds ay parte ng foreign assisted project na tumutukoy sa problema natin sa pagbaha. Ito'y parte ng flood control project, Mr. President.
Mr. President, what I have initially here, for example, is the Davao Bypass Construction Package, JICA PH 273. Meron din ditong Philippines-Korea Project Preparation, Output of Roads and Bridges, Dalton Pass Alignment, JICA. So ito lahat yung...
But it's not flood control, Mr. President. I just wanted to focus on
may
the flood
floodway
control
bridges construction.
because, Mr. President, the premise of this question lies on the fact that the flood control programs, the big ticket items, were placed under unprogrammed. Yun yung basis nitong question na ito, Mr. President. That's why we are wanting na to see itong breakdown. But it's okay, Mr. President. I will wait for it as a lot of our colleagues are also interested in looking for this list. And I will no longer belabor the question, Mr. President. I will just wait for the submission, Mr. President, to find out yung tinatanong natin, yung details ng tinatanong po natin. And
Meron mga integrated disaster risk reduction adaptations na kasama may mga water projects, but
ma'am,
again,
is it part of the 10 billion or the 11 billion?
actually it's part of a bigger pie. So I think that DBM
So
has
it's
to-
more than the
Yeah.
the,
No.
the figures that we are
I
showing.
think, I don't think we are directly asking answering your question, to be honest. And I think this is something that DBM has to clarify because the total 11 billion and 10 billion, parang hindi ko nakikita dito exactly. So I don't know if they're lumped
I guess
together.
that's the reason, Mr. President.
Oo.
That's the reason why I flash on screen the number of SARO, Mr. President.
Meron ditong 11,709. Yan ba yon? Hindi iba rin eh.
Mhm.
So,
Anyway, Mr. President, we'll wait for the list, Mr. President. We're willing to wait. And again, the premise of this representation's question is based on the fact that big ticket items that were supposed to address the problem of flooding in the country were placed under unprogrammed, Mr. President. So I hope that we can do something about it kasi mahirap umuwi ng Bulacan tuwing umuulan at bumabaha. At tingin ko yung mga kababayan natin ayaw na po ng relief goods, Mr. President. Ang gusto nila talaga solusyon.
Sabi niyo yung exact
Kaya
ano yan.
salamat po, Mr. President. That would be my last question. And I'd like to thank our distinguished colleague, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance, for patiently answering these representations questions. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Villanueva. Thank you, Senator Grace. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, next to interpolate would be Senator Amy Marcos.
Senator Amy Marcos, Super Ate is recognized.
Ay, consumisyon.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President, and the good chairwoman of the Finance Committee of the Senate. My first query would be that given that inflation for October was recorded at 2.3, well within the desired 2.4 target band of the BSP, rice inflation nevertheless accelerated from 5.7 to 9.6 the previous month, despite the implementation of the lower rice tariffs from 35 to 15% August 2024. So when will the NEDA board conduct its review of the rice tariff under the comprehensive tariff program for 2024 to 2028? Given that clearly the rice inflation, headline inflation continues at record pace. We're already at 15%. Ibabagsak pa natin sa zero po.
They are going to submit to the president within the end of the month the report on the effects of that EO and a recommendation therein.
Okay, we look forward to that. In the meantime, perhaps our economists can explain why rice inflation accelerated instead of decelerated in the previous month. Why so? We were promised the opposite.
Kasi noong October of last year, we had a price cap. It was low. And now it's not price cap. So it's a basic right.
Tumataas talaga bago mag-holidays.
Yung just that October last year.
Wala na po tayong ibabagsak. Nasa 15% na lang po.
Sa inflation pa lang ulit.
Kung yan lang ang tanging solusyon natin, mukhang hindi uubra eh.
Mr. President, supposedly last year, there was actually a price cap imposed by the
That's
government.
correct. Which also didn't work.
But it was lower than it is now. I mean, the inflation.
Yes, as a result, however, we all know that there was no rice available and traders were holding on to their warehouse supply and all sorts of artificial shortages were occurring throughout the country.
It's not expected.
Well, according to the NEDA secretary, the inflation right now is just a blip, and for the rice in particular, and they expect it
Promise
to go
ka?
lower.
It's almost double po.
Siya
It's a
promise
kapitbahay
daw.
ko po yan sa Batak, Ilocos Norte.
Because October 2022.
It's a major blip po, halos doble.
Kasi
Yung
noong
5% namamayagpag sa 9.6.
October 23 daw, sobrang bagsak yung presyo ng rice dahil sa price cap. Ano ito last year?
Parang hindi yata.
So base effect daw.
Okay, but I don't think that's quite the truth. In the meantime, given that we can't seem to look forward to a better rice prices, nor can we be assured that there are any other solutions aside from artificially set price ceilings and very little wiggle room in 15% tariff rates. The other issue is how much is the projected tariff loss for the implementation of the lower rice tariff?
Huh.
I think the BOC has released estimates for the revenue loss, and I'd like to hear what those rates are assumed to be. Kasi maliban sa bumagsak na nga yung taripa,
Tumaas pa
ang
yung presyo.
problema, tumaas pa rin ang inflation, at sa kabila nun, lugi pa tayo, bagsak din ang koleksyon. Kaya si Secretary Recto, hindi matutuwa niyan. Kita natin, ang laki-laki ng binagsak o babagsak ng ating koleksyon ayon sa ating BOC. Magkano kaya ang revenue loss natin?
Magkano?
Anticipated under the new regime of 15%? Nasa 16 plus na eh. Ang nabasa ko po sa dyaryo, mula sa 28.477 billion, ang revenue loss natin, 16.344 billion, nasa 12.103 billion. Menos pa sa kalahati ito, mukhang 1/3 na lang matitira. Tama ba to? Di wala na tayong pamumudnod sa ating mga magsasaka. Hindi na nga nila mabenta, wala pa silang maaasahang tulong.
So we lose about 20 billion, 10 billion for the first 6 months, 9 billion for the first 6 months.
9B, first
Yeah.
6 months.
For a year, it's about 20 billion.
20 billion, it's getting bigger and bigger po. Nag-umpisa tayo sa 15B, nasa 16 and a half nung nakaraan. Ngayon na 20 billion na. Palaki ng palaki po to. So, ang balita ko, nangako naman si Secretary Recto na ipapasok sa GAA at yung kakulangan, siya na ang magpupuno. Tama po ba? Saan kukunin yan? Kasi parang palipat-lipat lang tayo ng pera nito. So, is the consideration therefore, hindi umuubra yung rice tariff reduction. Pag tuloy-tuloy pa to at hindi bumabagsak ang presyo ng bigas, ang ibig sabihin ba yung ating economic managers ay itataas na naman ang taripa sa 35% to cover the projected revenue loss? Kasi hindi naman pwedeng gaan ng gaay ang pupuno sa 20 billion na kulang.
Nevertheless, part of the plan is to talk to the appraisers, sure that they pass on the value.
Well, I guess the major plan is we need to talk to the traders to make sure that they pass on the benefits.
Ang mahirap po, alam na alam naman ng mga taga-Vietnam, taga-India, at sa kung saan-saan na nangangailangan tayo ng bigas. Kaya nagtataas din sila ng presyo. Sinasamantala tayo. Nakikita natin, pinapayaman natin yung mga magsasaka sa ibang bansa, samantalang kinakawawa yung magsasakang Pilipino. Tama po ba to? Hindi ba ikukonsidera ng ating mga economic managers na itaas na muli sa 35% at mapuno yung projected revenue loss?
Part of the plan is one of the things that I'm doing.
Part of the plan is also to encourage and to increase more production.
Parang hindi naman realidad yan. Nakita naman natin sunod-sunod ng bagyo, hindi pa tapos yung alphabet po. Marami pang letra. At tigit sa lahat, nakita natin ang presyo ng abono, ang presyo ng krudo, nagsisitaasan, double whammy po. Palagay ko, kinakailangan siguro mag-isip tayo kung ano pa yung plano. Kasi itong mga planong to, itong artificial price ceilings, pagkatapos itong mga taripa na wala nang ibababa, parang hindi nagwo-work. Kailangan siguro mag-isip pa. So, yun lang yung tanong ko. Sana may magandang balita, pero wala pa akong naririnig. In the meantime, can we be updated on the computed cash balance of the National Treasury? Can you verify that we ended, in fact, the year 2023 with the balance of 787.1 billion? Tama ba yung aking numero? Oh, I think you're adjusting for borrowing. So are we reading the same numbers po? Nakaka-nervous po to. Hindi natin alam kung magkano yung pera natin. Kinakabahan ako, ba't natatagalan? Dapat simpleng-simpleng tanong yun. As of end 2023.
Yeah, more or less you are correct, Mr. Chair, about 700 plus
Yes, 787.1 billion with a net change in cash position of 505.8 billion brought about by a borrowing of 1.875 trillion against a deficit of 970.2 billion. Is it safe to assume that the Treasury still has at least 1.2 trillion to fund the rest of 2024? Parang tama yun, di ba? Arithmetic lang po. So we have enough 1.2 trillion. Tama ba yung nabasa ko sa dyaryo? Press release po ninyo to. If it is a press release of Secretary Recto, it's infallible. It's ex cathedra.
So in short, we can pay for our obligations for 2024, Mr. Chair.
So is there already a projected cash balance for the end of this year, 2024? The projected cash balance of the National Treasury at the end of this year, since we're already right smack in the last quarter, siguro naman may projected cash balance na tayo at this point.
What the previous finance secretary says in open session, we can provide you the numbers privately.
Privately. So it will be an executive session or will be provided at a later juncture. It's just projected, hindi naman siya absolute.
We will have a positive cash balance.
We can submit that to you,
Yes. So
Mr. President.
that being the case, may I proceed to another concern? The Bangko Sentral of ng Pilipinas sold 24.95 tons of gold on the first quarter, the first half of this year, according to the World Gold Council. Can we be updated on the total net sales of gold for this year? Given that we have enough money to fund our expenses, did the BSP sell more gold? even after the 25 tons almost in the first half. How much gold have you actually sold?
First we buying. So far, the total,
Yes,
as of July 2024 lang to, di ba? Ano to? 16 ano? Billion?
Abala ang marami po sa atin, sa ating mga mamayan, pati ating mga bankero, pagkat ang ibang bansa bumibili ng ginto, bakit daw tayo biglang nagbabagsak at nagbebenta ng ginto? Eh samantalang sinabi po ninyo, sapat naman ang ating pera, bakit ba tayo nagbebenta ng katakot-takot?
16 billion. 16 billion. Ano? 16 billion. 16 billion, 733,495,000. Okay. Tapos, yan yung binili natin. Oo. So far, Mr. Chair, for July 2024, 16,733,000,000 yung binili natin worth of gold. Ngayon, magkano yung binenta natin?
Yes, we're aware Republic Act 7076 mandates all small miners to sell their gold first to the BSP. That's established by law. So we are saying that in terms of value, 16 billion was bought mid-year. In terms of weight, how much weight, how many tons of gold did we buy from local small and other local miners?
In terms of weight daw. Yung weight nitong 16 billion. Anong weight niya? Magkano ba yung price ng gold ngayon? Tapos i-divide na lang. Per kilo? Per ounce?
Sige po, baka naman kailangan hanapin. Total, nasagot na rin in terms of value, nasa 16 billion. Later on, you can probably tell us in terms of weight. Ano?
Okay, we're computing that based on the amount released so
Tama.
far.
Sige po, but there's also been a question about the price at which we are buying gold. Marami rin nagtatanong
Ano
dyan.
ba yung 2,000 something per ounce?
Well, that's the world rate. The US dollar rate is at 2,754.27.
But we need to ask how much did we
But how
spend?
much did we buy from the local miners? Can we go back to the first question? How much did we sell? What's our total net sales for this year so far? Apparently, we sold 24.95 tons of gold in the first half.
Pa tayo nun?
Have we been selling since?
Benta? Ay, yung... Magkano yung nabenta natin? Wala.
Hindi kayo binigyan.
Hindi ko sure. Kaya nga napakaliit po nung ating sales. Kung tutuusin, binili lang natin 16 billion, pero yung binenta natin nasa 25 tons. Parang napakalaki naman yata. Can we be enlightened? Perhaps if you don't have the data on hand, maybe at least request that it be submitted shortly.
Mr. President, it could also be a part of the reserve strategy of the central bank. So maraming ang binili na para sa reserve, but we will get a definitive answer.
That would appear to be the opposite. Di ba baliktad yun? Kung nagre-reserve ka, nag-iipon ka, hindi ka nagbebenta. Can we be enlightened on the rationale
Para
of the
makakuha ng
BSP?
cash reserve.
Selling
Sa
its
binibenta
old
nila.
holdings. Nagbebenta para sa cash reserve. Pero kasasabi lang, meron tayong 1.2 trillion to fund the rest of 2024.
Iba naman
even
kasi,
moving
hindi
to
naman galing sa
2025.
central bank yung funding natin for the GOCC.
Tama.
So maybe it's just central bank.
Because of that, the gross international reserves today is $112 billion, highest ever.
And because of that, maybe one of the contributing factors is that our dollar reserve is 112 billion US dollars, which is the highest ever.
Yes, but the question also arises, and it has been asked not only here in the Philippines but elsewhere, what's the overall effect of the sale of gold on our gross international reserves?
Well,
Sa BSP, yung GIR natin, syempre babagsak din yan, ano?
tumaas actually. Our dollar reserves increased.
The dollar reserves increased, pero yung overall, yung gross reserve, including everything we have.
Are still in
9% of our GIR is still in gold.
Still in gold.
Oo.
So, yes, but this is quite a large amount. This is largest amount that we've heard in the past several years. Assuming that the gold was therefore converted to US dollars, where were the proceeds of the gold sales invested? Do we expect those assets to outperform gold, which has seen stunning prices this year?
Actually, Mr. President, the reason why also part of the reserves were sold is because of the high demand and price of gold. Now, instead of holding on to it, when you also forecast that, or when you analyze that it's a high number or it's in demand, that's the time actually you also sell, but you keep a certain percentage for reserves. So the particulars of which all of your questions,
Perhaps
Mr.
you can
President,
submit them. at a
will be
certain-
submitted.
Okay. We also would like to know what's the average price of the total gold sales of BSP. Is it higher than the current price of gold at 2,754.27 per troy ounce, which I believe is a record amount. So I doubt that, in fact, we sold at this exceedingly high amount. So our GIR could arguably been higher if we held on to the gold instead of selling it from the beginning of the year onwards.
Syempre, of course, we want to sell it when the price is high. Di ba, Mr. President?
But
Okay,
it
now,
would have been wiser if we had held on to it kasi pataas ng pataas, hindi
yeah,
po.
but that's also a risk you take, di ba? Parang you also try to see your appetite for risk, di ba? You see that maybe you already have a threshold of this much. Anyway, bumawi na tayo ng ganito. We can sell here, but let's also keep. Because in the future, we still have the 9%. We can still sell that eventually. I mean, while we are also garnering more reserves, yung 9% na yun, ang pwede naman pag all-time high pa rin ang gold. Pero I share again, as I mentioned to our other colleagues, I share also your curiosity, and I would like to know how much the central bank sells per ounce gold and when. So we can compare to the market price. Baka naman sabihin nilang impressive 2,700 per ounce, yun pala, at the time they sold it, it was worth so much more or so much less. So please submit that to us.
Yes.
And where did you
and
put the
also-
proceeds
Yes.
of those?
And perhaps also
Triple A bonds of Senator.
most importantly, the rationale for doing so, given that so many countries are in fact in a mad rush to acquire gold. And here we are unloading our own gold. So it's a little peculiar. The timing seems to be different. I will admit, in fact, that everyone has a different investment strategy. But having said that, why are we so much against the crowd? In any case, we'll await your information and proceed to what several think tanks have advised, that a viable option would be to join the Philippines to join the BRICS alliance. Given that new members from ASEAN have already been designated as partner states. So I just wanted to hear what our economic manager's opinion is with regards to this. Is there a Philippine plan to apply following the lead of our neighbors?
Not at the moment, Mr. President. At the moment, there's no proven or they don't see any benefit right now. We are already trade partners with those countries. And also, I believe that
I think
it may
trade
also
is
be
not a
conditional.
primary incentive to join the BRICS. It was to determine that there be an alternative currency and the lower cost of doing business and so on.
Our Secretary of Finance thinks that a lot of study has to be done, but right now there are no immediate benefits that we see. In fact, there are other trade relations that we need to operationalize. Right now, the preferred status in other European countries for our trade, our goods.
Our FTA po with the European Union is almost dormant, with all due respect.
That's why we need to be able to make sure that we revive it, if that's the right term for it. And
But we want to revive.
but what we want to revive is our economic cooperation with China.
Yes, my curiosity is simply, why did Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam already join as designated partner states? Are we saying that we are entirely different from them?
For the situation, only Malaysia and Thailand.
Indonesia's kasama na per press release. Okay, I'm happy to be corrected. But it was very, very clear on several media outlets that Anwar and the new Thai government and the new Vietnam head of state all determined to join the BRICS. So this is not in our horizon, therefore. Can we update it in any case on the status of the Philippine RMB trading community launched in 2018? Is there any volume in our transactions that are directly denominated in renminbi instead of using the US dollar as an intermediary? Has anything happened to the RMB clearinghouse? Just by way of information.
None.
So we have no yuan reserves at all. All our reserves are held in US dollars, is that correct?
Are all our reserves in US dollars?
So we only have US, yen, and euro.
We have US, yen, and euro, and gold.
Yes, is it possible to get a breakdown? Or are we not allowed to find that out?
Maybe not today.
Is it possible that we can be provided with a breakdown of the gross international reserves of the BSP by currency type? Given that the bulk of the GIR, as you said earlier, is in foreign investment. So it's clear that our GIR is still dominated or ruled by dollar-denominated assets and foreign exchange. That's correct. I mean, it's by way of information lang.
Like the other requests, may we submit that at
That's fine.
when we
Sure.
come up with
I was just
data?
curious, the few tourists coming from China, can they directly convert renminbi to Filipino pesos without US intermediary?
I'm sure there are informed exchange.
No, I'm curious since we already stated that the 2018 yuan clearinghouse that was established is non-existent or has very little money in it. What then happens when there are transactions with China?
Private banks, diba? Private banks, I believe that some of us who've had the time to go to Hong Kong's part of China, right? But that's Hong Kong dollars. You can get it from certain private institutions, banks,
Yes.
money changers. But
Yes.
the government itself is your question.
Yes, I'm aware. What the question is, what is the volume of transactions with China directly denominated in renminbi instead of using the US dollars or as an intermediary currency? It's just curious, and tourists also, because there's great difficulty converting from one to the other. So
And
I
you
was
lose
wondering,
sometimes in the process.
yes,
You lose.
the friction cost is quite high, and hence, are there any steps by the BSP in order to lower cost of doing business from BRICS countries for lower transaction and friction costs?
Actually, from my understanding also, Mr. President, some of our importers that buy from China, their suppliers also prefer a certain monetary exchange of using the US dollars.
Yes.
But of course, as you were saying, and I get the point, Mr. President, that sometimes it's better to use the currency directly so as to lessen devaluing in the exchange process. So,
Kasi namumroblema rin ako sa pagkain. Lagi akong bumabagsak sa magsasaka sa pagkain. Napakaraming pagkain nanggagaling sa China, nanggagaling sa Malaysia, sa Thailand, nasa galing sa Vietnam. Lahat ng pagkain na yan na inaasahan natin at kinakailangan natin, talagang magiging mas mura dahil sa BRICS at dahil sa renminbi at sa iba't iba pang currency. Pero kung parati tayong umaasa at kino-convert natin lagi sa US dollars, talagang mahal ang bilihin natin. Hindi na bababa kailanman. Yun lang. At saka parang sayang naman, nagtatag na tayo noong 2018 ng yuan clearinghouse, nagkaroon na tayo niyan, wala naman palang action doon. Yun lang. Dakilang Ilocana lang. At nais ko lang magkaroon ng mas murang presyo para sa ating bilihin.
Thank you. No, I understand the concern of our colleague from the great province also of Ilocos, who is also doing the job now of the minority. Thank you.
I think I'm doing the job of the Senate po, with all due respect.
Okay, I mean, you are doing the job of the Senate, particularly the advocacies of the minority.
It's not the advocacy of the minority. I, in fact, represent the rural constituency, and food and agriculture are primary concerns.
Okay, then point taken. But I also know the end goal of the minority.
I'm not a member of the minority. I voted for the Senate President.
Yeah, no, that's why. No, I'm
Thanks.
talking to the Mr. President. I'm talking to the minority leader, who I'm sure appreciates the discussion right now.
So therefore, now that I've been assigned to the majority despite the minority, despite having voted alternately, I do think they need some help, given that there's only two of them at this point. Nevertheless, I will be grateful if we are provided with a breakdown of the gross international reserves of the BSP by currency type, as stated earlier, given that it's in foreign investments, and also earlier, as stated, some information on the buy and sale of gold. So, kung maibigay sa atin yan, malaking bagay, pati yung mga cash position na hinihingi natin dati. At yun lang po, kung mabigay din yung kopya, kasi may sinabi kanina si Secretary Balisacan tungkol sa ibibigay hinggil sa taripa na 15% na kung pwedeng i-share lang yon sa amin para makita namin kung saan tayo patungo. Sige. Maraming salamat po. Yun lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. We will submit to the gentle lady from Ilocos all of her queries that we unfortunately are not, our resource persons weren't prepared to submit today.
I just would like to remind our colleagues that we are only up to 6 o'clock in the evening because we have an activity at 6 o'clock. So, Majority Leader.
President, I was informed by the following interpellators that they would be willing to proceed with their interpellation tomorrow. Namely, Senators Alan Peter Cayetano, the Majority Leader, and the current presiding officer.
Yes.
So, and the minority leader, of course.
So,
1 minute suspension.
1 minute suspension.
Hindi, inaway ko. Inaway ko na eh.
Mr. President, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano is seeking the floor to proceed with his interpellation. And I was informed it will be for a limited period of time, Mr. President.
Senator Alan Peter Cayetano is hereby
Yung
recognized.
extension mo eh. Pero these are all valid questions. Diba? Parang to harp on it. Obviously.
Sir President, magandang
Kulang
hapon
sa
po,
information
Majority
tungkol
Leader, Minority
Meron
Leader.
tayo.
Would the graceful and brilliant chairperson of the Committee on Finance yield to a couple of questions?
Yes, it is my pleasure, Mr. President, to answer questions that can clarify for the great city of Taguig representative.
Thank you very much. Actually, tatlong topic, but first and foremost, I'd like to welcome and thank the economic team for being here today and of course for their hard work. The three topics I'd like to bring up is yung ayuda and our eventual shift from ayuda to programs that are, how do we say, tied up or that will support micro and small, medium, and micro enterprise. The second topic is on what we feel is the best returns in terms of investment dun sa budget. And another topic, I don't think we'll finish in the next 15 minutes, and I think the minority leader and the minority will ask questions pa tomorrow. So let me start out that way, no, na apples to apples, what does the administration feel is the best return on every peso we spend? Is it infrastructure, education? I know it's hard to put one, but let's say what's the top three? Top three, or I mean, it's a discussion naman. Top three, top five, but
The number one is, of course, education, infrastructure, and health. By our constitution, the biggest expense or the biggest budget allocation should always go for education, human development.
and I guess when we talk about health, education, anything long-term, anything we put into people, no, developing people, I think Singapore said it the best, di ba? Dahil wala silang natural resources, so talagang ini-invest nila ito sa tao. But we are a country rich in natural resources. Of course, our number one and best resource is still people. So I think we'll all answer education, health, infrastructure, maybe in creating small businesses, etc. No? But the reason I bring this up is we had the president of Singapore as a guest of the president of the country, and Taguig had a unique opportunity to have him as a guest for a program sa Milk Bank. No? And this guy is a genius in finance, spent his life studying numbers, finance, returns on investment. And I was joyfully surprised when he said that in all his studies, ang number one sa kanya na best in returns And I thank the NEDA Secretary for listening intently now. No? Ang sabi niya, number one na best na return is anything that will help prevent stunting. Okay? Kasi sabi niya, if you have scholarships, that's an intervention in grade school, in middle school, in college. If you have health, of course, that's always an investment. Pero kung yung bata ay stunted, no matter kung gaano kaganda ng housing project mo, ng livelihood projects or whatever, hindi ito makakapagbigay ng returns kasi once na stunted na, limited na yung interventions na pwede. So I have a chart, and if you allow me, I'll continue tomorrow, but I'll just leave that as a hanging question. I'd like to know, I'd like to know first if we agree that that's one thing we cannot allow kasi more or less lumalabas ang in danger of stunting or sa Tagalog yung pagiging bansot, no? And we're not only talking about yung physical na hindi na nag-grow, but we're also talking about mentally, emotionally, etc. So ibig sabihin pati yung kanyang emotional, physical, mental development stunted na para mong tinigil na doon. At hindi madaling i-continue yon, di ba? Hindi katulad for example na in certain cases na malnourished, may intervention, mahihil yung bata o magiging well-nourished at makaka-recover. We're talking about stunting and lumalabas, it's a scary number. Parang more than 1/3 of Filipinos or almost 1/3, 30-something% is endangered of stunting. The good news is, it's still bad news, but the good news is it's concentrated in some areas. So we can actually have interventions in those areas. Kasi if it was like 30% or 30% all over the country, mahirap magkaroon ng programa all over the country. But if it's like 40% in one area, 25% in one area, 5% in one area, we can rely on the LGU dun sa 1 to 3, 5%. But the national government can come into the areas na 20%, 30%, 40% yung danger ng stunting. So the two questions, sorry mahaba yung intro, but first question is, do we agree no, na if not the highest, one of the highest na talagang return on investment is to prevent stunting? And then the hanging question, which let's discuss tomorrow, is what are the array of programs we're setting out to specifically target? I'm not talking about general programs of the 4Ps, etc. I mean, you can mention that, but the 4Ps has been there since panahon ni President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo. Of course, it was boosted up during Pinoy's time and until now, but the stunting numbers have not changed. So yes, it's a good intervention, but it's not a targeted intervention. No?
Yes, Mr. President, I'm glad that Senator Cayetano Alan has brought this up because that's always been our advocacy. In fact, together with him and Senator Pia, they've supported this. That initially what we passed here is the National School-Based Feeding Program. Now, we realize that's not enough because a lot of these kids that get to elementary school are already stunted by the time they reach first grade. So we expanded it, the funding to include daycare facilities. But then we also realized that actually more than these preschoolers, from the womb of the mother is when nutrition should begin, proper nutrition. So steadily, we passed the first 1,000 days of a child's life, which begins in the womb of the mother until the child progresses to 2 years old. And we increased the first 1,000 days program steadily over the years. This year, we added 206 million additional. So now it's about 1.8 billion. So actually, Mr. President, Senator Cayetano is right to point this out. In fact, what I feel is probably leaning towards this is that it's good to have free college education. It's good to have free feeding programs in public elementary schools. But I think we should also focus more now on babies toddlers and pregnant mothers if we are to arrest the long-term effects of stunting.
I'm very happy with your answer in terms of agreeing. So you do agree that it's, if not the top, one of the top priorities, and it's the best return on investment peso per peso or pound per pound is to prevent stunting, di ba? Kasi anuhin natin ang 6 trillion peso budget kung 1/3 or even 1/4 or 1/5 of your population is stunted or bansot, di ba?
Napakaliit talaga ng, kung titignan natin sa kabuuan ng budget, kahit na sabihin natin na tinaasan ng pondo nito, napakaliit pa rin ng porsyento if we're really serious about addressing stunting. Kasi yan nga, magkano ba yung feeding program? I think it's maybe total 14 billion ba?
Total of 17 point.
Okay, 17.1 para sa feeding program. Tapos as I mentioned nga yung 1.8 dun sa first 1,000 days. Pero ang binabayad natin sa, let's say, tertiary education is tertiary education, free state universities and colleges, nasa 56 billion. Di ba? Pero hindi nga aabot marami sa kanila doon kung hindi sila, di ba, naalagaan habang bata pa.
Most of our free education is in state universities, and still you have to get in. And yun nga, I think many of the dropouts would really be yung mga stunted din, no? So having said that, siguro we can go through the details in the next few days and look at the departments. But one thing I'd like to contribute, and of course with the support of the chairperson and the whole committee, is that let's look whether the departments are really giving this priority. So for example, magkano yung MAIP this year? 30 billion, more or less, 35 billion. I wonder if we look at the map kung saan pinakamaraming stunted, and we look at the distribution ng MAIP, ito kaya ay, di ba? So it's
58 billion ang MAIP.
billion, di ba? So let me agree with you first that it's at prenatal, so 0 nung bata until 5 years old, di ba? So, I mean, if we go through the programs of all the departments, makakatulog tayo. It might sound boring, pero ang gaganda ng mga programa. But that's not our question. Our question is, kasi di ba, it's a reality that you might be hitting the target, pero mali target mo. So it actually happened in one of the Olympics ata, di ba, yung, was it the arrow or shooting, tinamaan niya yung bullseye, pero tinamaan pala niya yung bullseye nung katabi niya. So hindi counted sa kanya, di ba? So meaning if the health secretary would have been here, he would be saying na lahat ng 7 years old ganito, lahat ng may renal failure may ganito, lahat ng walang gamot ng ganito. Yes sir, pero 30% pa rin ang endangered ng stunted. So maganda yung sinasabi mo, pero mali yung target mo. And it's a reality that we'll spend less kung 0 ang stunted sa atin, di ba? Kasi they'll be more productive as they grow older. So I'll show a little bit of charts later on, and maybe dun sa mga department na they're hitting the right target, we can give them a gold star. Pero dun sa hindi, we can ask the help of the economic team na medyo baguhin. But maybe for the 2027 budget, we can have that as an additional criteria ng DBM on those specific projects like the 4Ps, the MAIP, AIX, the HPEP, for example, di ba? I would assume that many of the places na may danger of stunting, dito ang walang health center. Di ba? So, kung gagawa ka rin ng health center, last year, it was 45% ng lahat ng barangay sa Pilipinas ang walang health center. I waiting for Monday to find out because the secretary promised na aayusin nila, fast track nila. But sobra akong nalulungkot because I was talking to a mayor yesterday. Sabi niya, something like 38,000 per square yung health center when it was the DOH who was going to do it. But DPWH did it close to 50,000 per square daw. So I don't know if they changed the specs, mas maganda, but now it's much smaller. So I want to hear from the Secretary on Monday, ano nangyari sa kanyang for health facilities. But I'd also like to find out, are you putting it in areas na pinakamalaki yung danger? Unfortunately, I assume these areas na pinakamalaki ang danger ng stunting is yung pinakamahirap. So even if you build a health center, kung walang nurses, walang doktor or health workers, di ba? It might not also help. So let me go on with that topic tomorrow and maybe ask if we can put together, not necessarily for tomorrow, but before the BICAM, ano yung programang generally or specifically targeting stunting so that we can take a look at it together as a chamber and and try to find, some targeted solutions to it. No? So, ma'am, last year, with, of course, our colleague, Senator Sani, I was already complaining when they recruited Senator Ralph, and he's not running for the Senate because the executive is raiding the Senate for their executives. And then ngayon, si Senator Angara naman. But I remember, gumawa siya ng computation, I think also supplied by the DBM Secretary. If you add all of the ayudas, including, I think including the PhilHealth, 4Ps, etc., how much would that be for this year compared to last year?
For 2025, it's 591.8 billion for the ayuda. But the social services sector will receive 2.121 trillion.
How much again?
591 billion.
Okay. And correct, we have 16 million families in the Philippines, or has that gone up to 17, 18? What's the present statistic?
Ilan na? Ilan families?
35 billion. 16 times 5. Remember,
Families. During the pandemic, we used 16.
I think there are
16
about
or
25
18.
million
16, 18.
families.
Yeah.
Oo.
Di ba parang 5 per family?
Let me...
So more or less 20 million families.
728
million families. Okay. But even at 28 million families, so two questions about ayuda. Unahin ko muna yung specific. So as you know, I've personally advocated 10,000 pesos per family, per Filipino family. We did that during the pandemic. 2 gives, 5,000, 5,000. Towards 2021, I personally felt na kailangan ng additional ayuda. So theoretically, we can actually give 10,000 per family. In fact, we can give 20 if it's 500 billion and you have 27. I'm asking if we can. I'm not asking if we will or if you want to. But theoretically, we have the money, right? At 10,000 at 27 is only 270 billion. And we have 500 plus billion. So theoretically, we can.
Yes.
Yes, di ba?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. But the answer last year is we'd rather have it targeted.
Yes.
So let me just give this as an input rather than argue, because I know you know what you're doing. And I know that we're trying, all of us are trying our best to get the services to the people. But as you know, Senator Pia, myself, and Mr. Boy Abunda, we have a show every Sunday night, 11:30 on GMA7. And part of the show is really families or magkakapitbahay na nag-aaway. And half of it is about utang and about really having a hard time in life. And it's amazing to me na, for example, there was this Lola living with her husband in the late 70s, 80s in Rizal. So halos Metro Manila to, nasa Rizal sila. Na as in, kung hindi nila babantayan yung sarili nila, kakagatin sila ng daga sa maliit nilang barong-barong. And she's never sure if she can even have one meal a day. But when I asked them if they heard about AIX or support, wala. So apparently for me, one extreme is giving the 10,000 to each family across the board, which DOH, DSWD, DOLE would rather make it targeted. Pero ang problema sa targeted, it seems that if you do not have the right padrino, and I'm not talking about only politicos, but meaning you don't have the right access to media or hindi mo katabi yung regional office, hindi rin napupunta sa poorest of the poor. And I'm sure if we do a deep dive sa COA, yung mga entrepreneurial, meaning yung parating na sa munisipyo, parating present, they're the same people siguro who got, baka naka 4-piece na sila, naka AX pa, naka MAIP pa and everything. I'm not saying they don't need it. Many of these people who get double or triple still need it. I'm just saying there's still a gap, there's still a last mile between people who are poorest of the poor and really need it. No? And I can give you some of the footage, the economic team of our of our show. At magugulat ka talaga na you know yung magpapatayan, nagkakagalit na matagal na magkakasama, pamilya nagkakagalit for 5,000 pesos, for 3,000 pesos, 2,000 pesos, and never silang nakatikim na meron silang AX or tupad or whatever, no? So let me just put that on the table. And again, so I'll assume the same answer than this year, correct? Na yes, we can give 10,000 or in my computation 15,000, but the economic team feels better that it's still targeted under certain departments and then under certain guidelines, no?
Yes. Yes, I understand. Tama yung sinabi ng ating colleague ni Senator Alan. May mga iba talaga na nangangailangan, hindi nakakatanggap. Kaya parang ang sinasabi nyo across the board makaka 10,000. Ang problema lang kasi talaga nun, I think we should endeavor more to really reach out to those who are in need. Kasi like for example, 10,000, lahat din tayo nakakatanggap, di ba? Pero ilan sa atin ang magbabalik ng 10,000 na yon dun sa mga talagang nangangailangan?
Yes.
So I know that others will say, well, we all deserve it because we're all taxpayers, right? Yeah, but you know, there's also that there's that philosophical argument regarding that. But I think it is incumbent upon the DSWD and the ano ba, Philippine Statistics Authority and all the other agencies to really reach out to those. I can't believe that this day and age yung kinikwento ninyo na meron pang natatakot makagat ng daga.
Yeah.
1 meal a day. I mean that's so unacceptable.
Madam Chair, I'll agree with you at the majority leader is just reminding us that it is the Senate's anniversary and we have to leave in 5 minutes. But let me just say I agree with you. In fact, that's why hinihimay ko yung latest FIES. So, and if half of the population is the one in need, then you can actually give them 20,000. I was just saying that during the pandemic, walang red tape, less bureaucracy, to just give everyone. But that goes to my question now, which is, may I leave it as a hanging question and we can continue tomorrow. At what point do we stop increasing yung ayuda and start increasing yung programs that are really for teaching people to fish? So let me put it this way, diba? I think most of us or all of us agreed ever since naman, it's better to teach people how to fish rather than to give them fish. But during the pandemic, especially during the lockdown, you cannot fish kung naka-lockdown ka. And not everyone ay tabing ilog o tabing dagat. So, and not everyone has access to fishing. So we decided to give people fish. At dun naman yung hugot nung 10,000 each. And I will reiterate, it was a second round rather than a new program. Having said that, I do realize that we're starting to shift, di ba? Pero pataas ng pataas pa rin ang mga ayuda. So I'd like to maybe not end the conversation tomorrow, but start the conversation. When do we start increasing, let's say, programs for micro and small entrepreneurs getting loans, which they cannot get from commercial banks, instead of a ayuda? Because now, if someone from the palengke needs to borrow 10,000, it's better for them na sumipsep and to get 10,000 from AIX rather than to borrow it, or to get 10,000 AIX, then to borrow from 5-6, then they pay 20%. No? So I know it's a long discussion and it's not an instant 2027, wala na, 2026. We'll always need some form of ayuda. Diba? But how do we do the balance? Maybe it's time to start that discussion if it's not being discussed already. But I'll end here, Madam Chair, and thank the economic team. It's 6:06 and I think we have to be in the old Senate building at 6:30. Thank you for your patience. And tomorrow I'll just show some charts on the stunting and just continue some discussion. Then just one more topic on loans which we started during the during the committee hearing. Thank you very much to the economic team. Thank you, Majority Leader.
Thank you.
Thank you for your constructive line of questioning, Senator Cayetano. That is a point well taken. Oo nga, alam mo yung mga mahihirap, lalo na ang mga kababaihang mahihirap, ang number one na nagbabayad ng utang on time. So if we can channel some of the support that we are giving to low cost or very little interest loans becomes teaching them how to grow their livelihood. Thank you.
Mr. President, as earlier explained by Senator Cayetano, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 10800.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion's approved.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend the session until 1 o'clock in the afternoon of Thursday, November 7, 2024.
Is there any objection? There being none, the session is suspended until 1 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow, Thursday, November 7, 2024.
Thank you, Mr. President.